Welcome back. It's me, and the rain is also making an appearance. So today I'm going to be reading to you some facts and conspiracy theories about Antarctica. I've pulled this information from lots of different websites and articles and videos, so it's a big culmination of information. And yeah, I definitely learned a lot about Antarctica. I realized that I didn't know anything about it, so I'm kind of hoping you don't either. So you'll find this video very interesting. But if you already know this stuff, I'm sure you'll find it fun to rehash it with me now. And just before I get started, I just wanted to quickly let you know about my website, dianaasmr.com. It's my exclusive platform for monthly subscriptions, and I do different types of ASMR content that I'm doing on here. I do vlogs and role plays and tingle inducing stuff, and I post photos that I won't post anywhere else. So yeah, please check that out if you're interested. Let's get into this. So I've kind of sorted this where I'm starting with some of the more basic facts about Antarctica, like about the weather and geography of it, and we'll just quickly go over that, and then we'll get into the good, the fun, interesting, strange phenomena and conspiracy theories about Antarctica. Antarctica is the highest, driest, coldest and windiest continent on Earth, with no indigenous human population. Its remoteness, harsh weather conditions, and lack of natural land connections have left it isolated for millions of years. Before its first confirmed discovery in 1820, no humans had seen this icy land. The name Antarctica literally means opposite to the Arctic, or without bear. It's derived from the Greek word arctos, meaning bear, and the prefix anti, meaning opposite. Since the Arctic is associated with the constellation Ursa Major, the Great Bear, Antarctica is, therefore, the land opposite the bear. It's also the southernmost on Earth, and it's almost entirely covered by ice. It's the South Pole. Santa's from the North Pole. Antarctica is not a country, but a continent without a government or native population. It's governed by the International Antarctic Treaty System, which was established to ensure peaceful scientific research and prevent territorial disputes. 7 sovereign states, Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom, have made territorial claims in Antarctica. These countries have tended to place their scientific observation and study facilities within their respective claimed territories. On this map, you can see the sections that have been claimed by each country, but you can also see this unclaimed section in white on the bottom left area there. I don't really know what happens with that. Yeah, I don't know why no one's claimed it. While no one lives permanently in Antarctica, people do live there throughout the year, primarily in research stations and field camps. These individuals, including scientists and support staff, rotate in and out, with populations fluctuating seasonally. During the austral summer, I think that just means summer is in December, January. The population can reach around 5,000, while during the winter it drops to about 1,000. So how do you get there? I've often heard that you can't go there, but I don't think that's really true. I do believe it's very expensive to go there though, so that might really stop most of us, unfortunately. But Antarctica cruises typically involve both ship-based travel and shore landings. Smaller expedition ships carrying fewer than 500 passengers are permitted to land passengers using Zodiac boats, while the larger ships primarily offer scenic cruising without landings. According to tourism regulation, no more than 100 passengers are allowed ashore at a time off each boat. While most itineraries focus on the Antarctic Peninsula, some also venture to South Georgia and the Falkland Islands. Landings allow for close encounters with wildlife like penguins and seals, and exploration of research stations and historical sites. I'm also curious about the laws, like how does the law work if it's not technically a country? It's kind of interesting how they do it. But murder and other crimes are handled by the laws of the respective countries of the individuals involved, and that was determined by the Antarctic Treaty in 1959. So each person is subject to the laws of their home country, e.g. a US citizen follows a US law. But there is no unified police force or judicial system in Antarctica, so individuals accused of crimes are returned to their home countries for prosecution. That's interesting, isn't it? But what about the wildlife? The vast majority of wildlife is marine. No polar bears though, they live in the Arctic. But lots of seals, whales, penguins, and other birds and fish. There's only one insect, a small fly, mosquito type midgie thing, and it might be considered the biggest land animal there because the other animals are marine. As far as predators go, Antarctica's harsh, icy environment and the lack of a terrestrial food source have prevented the evolution of land-based predators. The majority of Antarctic wildlife has adapted to life in the ocean, making it the primary habitat for predators like orcas and sharks. Antarctica is colder than the Arctic. While both regions are icy, Antarctica's higher elevation and lack of a moderating ocean contribute to its lower temperatures. The world record for the lowest temperature was recorded at minus 89 degrees Celsius, which is minus 128 in Fahrenheit, at the Vostok Research Station. The warmest month is in January. Coastal areas experience milder weather, with summer temperatures generally reaching a maximum of 5 to 15 degrees Celsius. That's 40 to 60 Fahrenheit, with long periods of sunlight. Due to its polar position, it can stay light all day long. The amount of sunlight does vary across the continent. This is primarily due to the continent's location south of the Antarctic Circle and its varying latitudes. While much of Antarctica experiences 24-hour daylight during the summer and 24-hour darkness during the winter, the duration of these periods varies depending on how far south one is located. Storms are more frequent and severe during the winter months, particularly in the coastal regions. Coastal areas are prone to strong winds, heavy snowfall, and blizzards due to the interaction of low pressure systems and katabatic winds. I think that means like downward flowing winds, like from a mountain, or maybe like from snowy mountains. The interior of the continent, however, is a vast polar desert with very little precipitation. I think they might even be sometimes considered drier than like Africa and things like that, which is crazy. Okay, so that was just our quick introduction to Antarctica, just so we all know for sure what we're talking about, all on the same page. But I really wanted to explore some more of the strange and surprising elements of Antarctica. Things that make you wonder. So the first thing I wanted to show you were these. First thing I wanted to tell you about was this crazy. Antarctica's blood red waterfall. On the southern edge of the world, a waterfall runs red as blood. Check this out. Look at that. Look at that. Looks like it's bleeding. It actually reminds me of The Shining. This is like Stanley Kubrick's Antarctica. One of the world's most extreme deserts might be the last place one would expect to find a waterfall, but in Antarctica's Makoto Dry Valley, a 5-story fall pours slowly out of the Taylor Glacier into Lake Bonny. And it's not just the idea of a waterfall in the frozen world of Antarctica that's strange. The waterfall is bright red, like blood running from a cut in the glacier. Oh, that's a better picture there. It's bizarre. If you're squeamish, don't worry. It's not blood that lends blood falls its unique crimson hue. 5 million years ago, sea levels rose, flooding East Antarctica and forming a salty lake. Millions of years later, glaciers formed on top of the lake, cutting it off from the rest of the continent, meaning that the water in Blood Falls is something of an aqueous time capsule, preserved 400 meters underground. As the glaciers on top of the lake began to freeze, the water below became even saltier. Today, the salt content of the subglacial lake under Blood Falls is 3 times saltier than seawater and too salty to freeze. The subglacial lake that feeds Blood Falls is trapped beneath a 1/4 mile of ice. But in addition to being cut off from the rest of the continent, the water that feeds Blood Falls is completely cut off from the atmosphere. It has never seen sunlight and is completely devoid of oxygen. It's also extremely rich in iron, which was churned into the water by glaciers scraping the bedrock below the lake. When water from the subglacial lake seeps through a fissure in the glacier, the salty water cascades down the Taylor Glacier into Lake Bonny below. When the iron-rich water comes into contact with the air, it rusts, depositing blood-red stains on the ice as it falls. Wow. Is that the lake there, is it? I guess. Is that frozen, do you think? The colour of Blood Falls isn't the only weird thing about it, however. It's what lives inside the subglacial lake that interests scientists more than the waterfall's creepy colour. Millions of years ago, when those glaciers covered the salt lakes, there were microbes living in the water, and those microbes haven't gone anywhere, even though the water is now an extremely salty, oxygen-free bowl of complete darkness, buried 400 meters under a glacier. Much like bacteria found living near deep-sea thermal vents, The microbes of blood falls get their energy from breaking apart sulfates, which contain oxygen. After that, something eerily magical happens with the byproducts. The iron in the water interacts with them to restore the sulfates, basically recycling the sulfates for the microbes to break down into oxygen over and over again. I like that we're getting views from all sides, like front and the side. The falls and Makoto Dry Valley can only be reached by helicopter from nearby Antarctic research stations or cruise ships visiting the Ross Sea. It's pretty cool, eh? I thought so. I kind of hoped it would be something scary though. I kind of take everything with a grain of salt though. I'm like, well, that's what they're telling us it is, but that doesn't mean it really is that. Okay, that was pretty gory. Moving away from that, in 2006, Al Gore released the documentary An Inconvenient Truth. It really helped to put climate change on the map. And then in 2007, he and some other big names like Bill Gates, people like that, organized a concert called Live Earth to raise awareness for climate change. It was a one-off event, but it happened in multiple cities around the world with different performers at each concert. It was in the USA, Australia, Italy, South Africa, just like everywhere. And there was even one in Antarctica. And I have this very short Wikipedia article about that I'll read to you. The Live Earth concert in Antarctica was held at Rothera Research Station, one in a series of Live Earth concerts that took place on July 7, 2007. This 070707 in all 7 continents. Oh. The band Nunatak, I don't actually know if that's how it's pronounced, but the band Nunatak performed as the lone act. Nunatak's performances, though performed in front of only 17 people, were broadcast all over the world. It was the first rock concert ever performed in Antarctica. Looks like they did 2 songs. How many people, and would you do it all again? It was broadcast online at that website. And I think I did find it on YouTube. I'll put a little clip in here, maybe. Yeah. Live Earth overall had mixed reactions. It had lots of views online, but people did speak out about the hypocrisy of, musicians flying in on their private jets to the concerts and all the trash that was left behind at the showgrounds. And also, it's just alleged, but someone did try to investigate where the profits from the ticket sales, like how they spent that money, where it went, but they couldn't get a straight response from any of the organizers. And obviously there were expenses that went into putting on these shows, but I think they were just trying to figure out if any of the money that they raised went to help the environment, because it seemed like they might have destroyed the environment a little bit, just a little bit, to raise awareness through the concert. If you know what I mean? Whatever. Millions of years ago, Antarctica was a temperate rainforest. Sediment analysis from a layer deep within the earth revealed that the dirt had first formed on land, not the ocean. It's an artist rendition. Looks lovely. "90 million years ago, Antarctica was home to a thriving rainforest, even during extended periods of darkness in winter." According to a paper published in Nature, the mid-Cretaceous period was one of the warmest intervals of the past 140 million years, driven by atmospheric carbon dioxide levels of around 1,000 parts per million by volume. That's in comparison to the contemporary global average, which floated around 407.4 in 2018. Still, it seems impossible that ice-covered Antarctica could have ever been anything but that. In order to find out more about the frozen continent, researchers analyzed sediment that they had obtained from nearly 100 feet underground. The team used a seafloor drill from the University of Bremen in Germany while on an expedition aboard the Polarstern research vessel, and were surprised to discover that their samples contained fossilized roots, pollen, and spores that had been preserved in mudstone from the West Antarctic shelf. X-rays and CT scans of the sediment samples showed spectacular preservation that allowed the researchers to see individual cells and their structures. I like the visuals that these websites are providing. Just like the visuals of Antarctica. This is an image. Wow. God, it's so massive, isn't it? Johan Klags, one of the paper authors, said in a press release that one of the things that caught the team's attention was the unusual coloration of the sediment they had unearthed. It clearly differed from the layers above it. Moreover, the first analysis indicated that at a depth of 27 to 30 meters, 88.5 to 98 feet, below the ocean floor, we had found a layer originally formed on land, not in the ocean, Clarks added. The paper authors share that due to the numerous plant remains, the coast of West Antarctica was a swampy landscape in which temperate rainforests grew, similar to the forests that can still be found on New Zealand's South Island. The researchers also figured out how rainforest life was sustainable during those sunless months, since Antarctica was still the South Pole. We now know that there could easily be 4 straight months without sunlight in the Cretaceous. The CO2 concentration was so high, the climate around the South Pole was nevertheless temperate, without ice masses, says Torsten Bickert, paper author and geoscientist. But what caused the once tropic continent to freeze over remains a mystery. And this website is about the same thing, but it had comments, and someone asked something that I was wondering, and someone answered it as well. Yeah, someone said, what I can't understand is if sea levels were up to 550 feet higher at that time, and given the location of the drill site, surely it would have been completely submerged. Yeah, because it's like there's so much ice on Antarctica. If that all melted, the sea waters would rise like crazy. And so how could that land underneath the ice have been dry land? I didn't understand that. Someone answered. I don't know if this is true or not, but it kind of made sense. The current mass of ice on the continent has literally pushed it down. If it did not exist, then the landmass would push back up to compensate for the difference. Yeah. So if that can happen, that might be a good explanation. Another kind of weird thing about Antarctica that I want to mention before we get into the next sections, because they get a little bit more conspiracy theory, is the amount of blurred image sites that you find when you're just perusing on Google Maps. There's reports of this all over the internet. You can find it all over Reddit, and there's YouTube channels talking about it. And some people think that they're hiding something. And some people think that it doesn't mean anything and it's just that they don't bother to get better images and it's just grainy or whatever. But it is very strange. But knowing me, it does make my mind wonder if they're hiding something. They shouldn't be military bases because there are no military bases allowed in Antarctica as per the 1959 treaty. So there's none there that we know of. So that shouldn't be what they're blurring, but we do know that there have been military operations carried out there before the treaty, by the USA at the very least. There's also reports of the Nazis setting up bases there, like way before that treaty happened. We know that as a fact, at the very least. One of the more notable military operations was called Operation High Jump. That happened in 1941 to 1942. So that was before the treaty. And it became well known due to Admiral Richard Byrd, who was a US naval officer. And he told a fantastic story about his time during Operation High Jump. He described an experience that seemingly confirmed the hollow earth theory. This is a concept that's been around since the 1800s. It describes Earth as a hollow shell that's about 800 miles thick. In the polar regions, like Antarctica and the Arctic, there are supposedly very large openings in the shell, 1,400 miles across, with edges that curve smoothly from the outside around to the inside. A person or a boat could proceed over an edge of the opening, like an ant crawling over the lip of a coffee mug from the outside to the inside, and not be aware that he was actually entering the interior of the earth. So this concept seems to have originated with a US Army officer called John Sims, and he believed that there were miles of wondrous unclaimed domain beneath our feet, with lush vegetation and fish and game for the taking. So it's basically like an Earth within our Earth. We are the surface dwellers. But who lives in there? Well, that's where Richard Byrd comes in. He led the expedition in 1946 for Operation High Jump, which one of the goals was to explore potential sites for military bases. This was the largest expedition to travel to Antarctica, with almost 5,000 personnel. That's massive considering there's only ever 5,000 people there, and they came all in one hit for this really big operation. But it abruptly ended after just a few months, apparently due to bad weather. I think even a ship sank. Or another explanation might come from Admiral Byrd's own account of what happened to him during one of his explorations over the exact location of the South Pole. He claimed he flew into an environment that wasn't supposed to be there. Compared to the white, icy landscape, this place was lush, tropical and green. As he flew, mind-blown, he saw in the distance this beautiful shimmering city made from crystal, and as he approached, his plane was taken over by something. And then he sees these flying discs around him that lead him and his aircraft to the ground. Once there, he's taken to meet a being. He referred to it in his diary as the Master, who tells him of their concerns about the surface of the planet and what humans were doing there, being destructive, using nuclear weapons, because this was just after World War II had ended, which is when a lot of UFO activity is said to have started happening, and people think that our use of nuclear weapons caused a response from other life out there to come and check on us or whatever. Like, hey, don't do that. I don't know what happened immediately after that, but Admiral Byrd really wanted to share this story but was ordered to remain silent. But he did express concern in interviews later about aerial attacks in the polar regions. 10 years after Operation High Jump, he died in 1957, and sometime after that, his story was discovered in his diary by his son. And just a couple years after his death, the treaty was formed to demilitarize Antarctica and make it exclusively scientific activity. Is that really true though? We don't know. They wouldn't tell us, would they? But rumors of UFO activity, unexplained strange events, and even possibly pyramids in Antarctica have circulated for years. There's a woman, Linda Moulton Howe, who's been lucky to interview multiple scientific and military personnel about weird experiences they've had there. One informant, nicknamed Brian, was a retired naval flight engineer and was part of many rescue missions in Antarctica between 1983 and 1997. The missions were fairly normal until weird things started happening. I found this on Reddit about one of them, one of his experiences. So this person on Reddit says that Brian's is one of the more bizarre, credible reports I've ever heard. Not only does this guy talk about flying over a giant, and I mean giant, hole in the ice, he also talks about an experience where he and his crew picked up a science team from a base in Antarctica. Basically, the science team had been dropped off at some remote camp, only accessible via airstrip. They were expected to periodically check in with the home base, which I guess was the closest air base, but they hadn't been heard from in 2 days. This pilot and his crew was sent out, meaning Brian, was sent out to go find out what the deal was with his science team. When they arrived at the camp, the scientists weren't there. They looked everywhere, in all the buildings, etc., but there was no sign of them. They did find the scientists' radio in perfect working order, but there were no people around. The crew piled back into their aircraft and ended up flying around the vicinity to search for the scientists, but they still couldn't find them. They returned to their base. 1 week later, which was 3 weeks into the scientists' expected 4-week stay, the crew was ordered to go back out. The science team had finally radioed in and indicated they were ready to be picked up. When the crew flew out and landed at the camp for the second time in a week, the scientists were outside and waiting. They basically ran onto the aircraft and were ready to get the fuck out as soon as the crew arrived, with their gear already packed up on a pallet, ready to be loaded. Once they were airborne, the crew tried to talk with the scientists to figure out what the deal was, where they had been 1 week earlier, but none of them would talk. They would either be looking down at the floor, or they'd look at the person talking to them with a look of shock or fright, but they would not say a word. Once they landed, the scientists didn't rush off the aircraft. They had to be pushed and prodded to get off. The The pilot says they were in shock. Something so terrifying happened to these people that they were frightened to the point of not even wanting to move once they had returned to the airbase. The scientists' gear was placed in an empty storage unit by itself, locked and quarantined. Nobody was allowed to access the gear. After a week, the gear was placed on an aircraft and flown out. The scientists were immediately flown back to New Zealand. Men in suits showed up and debriefed the crew. They were instructed to keep their mouths shut, that the entire incident had never happened. They were not instructed or ordered to sign any NDA forms. Several years later, after the pilot had retired, he was talking with his buddy who worked at a base where the scientists' gear was flown. This buddy had evidently heard of the same incident, but had no other info other than that he was aware that the gear had been flown to the base. But the flight crew never heard anything more about what happened to the scientists they picked up. The story gives me chills. It's a cool story, huh? During a different mission in the Transantarctic Mountains, Brian and his whole crew saw a fleet of round silver objects in the sky that were moving really strangely, darting from one position to the next as a group before flying away. And apparently they saw this many times. Another mission they had was a medical emergency. They were ordered to fly over a no-fly zone out of desperation. This is where they saw the massive hole in the ice below, like 200 feet wide, and their instruments weren't working properly. They were safe, but they were convinced it had something to do with that strange hole. And there was a different guy she interviewed called Spartan 1 who told her about this massive structure he came across that was buried in the snow. He went inside with some others and it was warm in there, like it was heated. And it was lit with this lime green colour, but they couldn't find the light source. And the walls were lined with drawings and symbols he'd never seen before, like hieroglyphics. Have you heard of pyramids in Antarctica before? Because I hadn't until now. I'm going to read you this article about that. Mysterious pyramid found peeking from below the ice in Antarctica. Amongst the pristine white landscape of Antarctica, a mysterious peak stands defiantly, piercing the ice and raising eyebrows worldwide. Look at that. Looks pretty cool, doesn't it? It does. A supposed pyramid, visible under layers of dense frost at the Ellsworth mountain range, has generated a deluge of conspiracy theories, gripping the imagination of many. But as any seasoned traveller knows, not everything is as it seems. Ancient pyramids, grand, majestic, and always cloaked in mystery, have primarily been associated with places like Egypt, Sudan, Mexico, Italy, Iraq, and Peru. In these lands, pyramids bear testament to past civilizations, with their intricate designs and baffling construction methods. Thus, discovering such a structure in Antarctica is both thrilling and disconcerting. However, it's essential to discern fact from fiction. This is another image of it. I think that's from Google Earth, yeah. This is what people are seeing when they just go looking. On Google Earth, I mean. Recent Google Earth images showcasing an aerial view of the intriguing formation have intensified speculations. To To the untrained eye, this phenomenon looks like a sharp mountain, its apex jutting out from the frozen tundra. Still, could it be a creation of an ancient civilization, long lost to time, or even extraterrestrial craftsmanship? Enter the realm of geologists, the detectives of Earth's mysteries. As countless speculations swirled around social media with images and theories making the rounds, experts began weighing in on the matter. According to Professor Eric Rigno of the University of California, an expert in Earth system science, the fuss may be much ado about nothing. They always say that. This is just a mountain that looks like a pyramid, Rigno stated, aiming to allay rumours. He further elaborated, pyramid shapes are not impossible. Many peaks partially look like pyramids, but they only have 1 to 2 faces like that, rarely 4. As per geological consensus, the structure's steep pyramid-like sides result from hundreds of millions of years of erosion. Dr. Mitch Darcy, an eminent geologist at the German Research Center for Geosciences, provided further clarity, stating, the pyramid-shaped structures are located in the Ellsworth Mountains, which is a range more than 400 kilometers long, so it's no surprise there are rocky peaks cropping out above the ice. For Darcy, the rock formation's semblance to a pyramid is a mere coincidence. Darcy shed light on the actual nature of the pyramid, explaining, by definition, it's a nunatak. Oh, that was the same word from the band that played in Live Earth. Which is simply a peak of rock sticking out above a glacier or an ice sheet. This one has the shape of a pyramid, but that doesn't make it a human construction. It does look like a rocky mountain, and it's not like perfectly straight along there. But still, I like to believe. The unnamed mountain stands tall at coordinates. The unnamed mountain stands tall at these coordinates. If you want to see that. I don't know how to read that, unfortunately. Located in an area known as the Heritage Range, this vicinity is not unacquainted with historic wonders. Remarkable fossils, some dating back more than 500 million years, have been discovered here. So there could have easily been a lot of life there before us. At 4,150 feet, this pyramid might not be imposing compared to other mountains, but its enigmatic nature keeps people captivated. Maury Pelto, a professor of environmental science at Nichols College, voiced his opinion on the myriad of conspiracy theories surrounding the mountain, saying, "At least they're thinking about something." He optimistically added, "In the end, maybe they'll learn something in the process." The human mind is innately curious, continually seeking patterns and explanations for the unknown. While the Antarctic pyramid has stirred excitement and speculation, it serves as a testament to our planet's natural wonders and the intricate processes that shape them. As the world continues to debate its origins, the icy pyramid-like mountain remains a testament to Earth's ever-evolving landscape, an emblem of natural beauty and mystery in the heart of Antarctica. Yeah, I totally understand how we see patterns like that. But when you factor in the anecdotes from the informants and whistleblowers over the years, I'm not so quick to dismiss it. The texture, it does look like a mountain to me, but what do I know about building pyramids? So that's it for now, guys. What do you think? Is it just some penguins laying around in Antarctica, or is it something deeper, darker going on there? Do you feel it's worth exploring more? I kind of do. I never really thought of going there before. I just don't think I'm going to have the money to do it. So let me know what you guys think is going on there. I really enjoyed learning this stuff, and I hope that you did too. So I'll see you next time. Bye. Hello. Fancy seeing you here. How are you? I have been away for a while now, just dealing with life and the mind and all that stuff, you know. But I am feeling better now. I'm feeling stronger, and I like to make the most of these moments when I come through something and it feels like springtime or something. It's actually autumn in Australia, but that's okay. So, I have some science articles I want to read for you guys. These ones I had last year prepared, but hadn't gone around to it yet. These ones are all about time travel, things like that. So the first one we have is called, Does Time Really Fly When You're Having Fun? Can you count off 5 seconds in your head? If you did and then checked it with a stopwatch, you'd probably be pretty close. But have you ever wondered how your brain pulls off this amazing trick? Time perception is one of the brain's big mysteries. We've got a good handle on the millisecond timing needed for fine motor skills and the 24-hour circadian rhythms, but how we actually perceive the passage of seconds and minutes, what's called interval timing, remains pretty foggy. For starters, there's no specific sensory organ for time perception like we have for touch, taste, or smell. Also, there's no clinical condition solely defined by a lack of time perception, making it tough to study. What we really need is someone who's as bad at timing as amnesiacs are at memory, says John Weirden from Keele University in the UK. But no such person exists. Some researchers think there's a reason for this. Warren Meck from Duke University believes timing is so fundamental to our thinking that our brains have multiple backup systems. If the main clock is damaged, these backups step in, which is why it's so hard to find anyone who can't perceive time at all. I think we all know one or two people that don't seem to be able to perceive time. We've probably all been that person as well at some point in our life. As for the biological basis of these clocks, nobody really knows. The best explanation we have is the pacemaker accumulator model. It suggests that the brain has a pacemaker that emits regular pulses. These pulses are stored in an accumulator and counted to estimate elapsed time. The problem in this model is that while it fits with observations of time perception, it lacks specifics. It doesn't explain what the pacemaker is, where it's located, what the pulses are, where they're stored, or how they're counted. Various ideas have been proposed, but the model remains largely theoretical. A full theory of time perception will also need to explain why it's so flexible. Cocaine, amphetamine, and nicotine speed up time perception, while some antipsychotic drugs slow it down. All these substances mess with the neurotransmitter dopamine. People with dopamine system disorders like Parkinson's disease or schizophrenia also experience distortions in their perception of time. I wonder what that feels like. Is it sort of like where 3 hours would pass but it only felt like a few minutes? That kind of thing? So that would be very strange. Time can stretch and shrink in other ways too. It seems to slow down when you're scared and flies when you're having fun. Time also seems to pass more quickly as you age. The key to these puzzles might be how we think about time perception. We're under the illusion that time is just one thing, but we can take various aspects of time and manipulate them separately, says David Eagleman from Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. This suggests that our perception of time might have several components. One of the best examples of the different ways we perceive time is an experiment where Eagleman had participants drop backwards from a tall tower into a safety net 30 meters below. As they fell, they looked at a wrist-worn LED display showing a number that alternated with its negative image 20 times a second. Usually this is too fast to see, but if brain time really slows down in scary situations, they should have been able to read the number. Although participants reported that the fall seemed to last about 35% longer than the 2.5 seconds it actually took, none could read the number. Eagleman suggests that time seems to slow down when you're falling because intense or novel situations grab our attention, causing our brains to soak up more detail. He's shown that when the brain sees the same image repeatedly and then a new image, the new one seems to last longer, even though it's displayed for the same amount of time. The brain also uses more energy when processing the new image. The length of time something seems to last appears to correlate with the amount of energy the brain uses to record an event, Eagleman says. This might also explain why time speeds up as we age. For kids, everything is new and their brains are processing vast amounts of information. As we get older and our brains learn the world's rules, they record less information. It's like looking back at the end of a summer and realizing you don't have much footage, so it seems to have gone by more quickly, says Eagleman. So maybe we can stretch our lifetimes by packing in as many different and exciting experiences as possible. The only trouble is finding the time. Yep. Yeah, I think that I have a good internal clock. I seem to be able to, when I lose track of time and what time it is, I seem to be able to call it like pretty accurately. Every now and then I'll be way off base, like I'll think it's 8 p.m. and it's actually 11:30. But yeah, I don't know what that is. So the next article is time travel possible. Time travel. It's a concept straight out of science fiction, right? Think H.G. Wells and his classic, The Time Machine, written way back in the late 1800s. And yet here we are, still without a functioning time machine. But don't give up hope just yet. Recent discoveries keep nudging us closer to the possibility, forward or backward. Time travel is actually embedded in the basics of general relativity. According to Einstein, time moves more slowly in strong gravity. That means you age a tad bit slower in a bungalow than in a skyscraper, because you're closer to the Earth's stronger gravitational pull. This concept of personal time warps shows that to create a time machine you'd need to link two areas where time flows differently. Imagine Earth and the edge of a black hole, where gravity is incredibly strong and time creeps by. Start 2 clocks on Monday, one on Earth and one by the black hole. By the time it's Friday on Earth, it's still Wednesday by the black hole. If you could instantly travel from Earth to near the black hole, you'd effectively travel back from Friday to Wednesday. Presto, time travel. But can we actually do this? In theory, yes. Quantum theory tells us that space-time is a mess of tiny shortcuts known as wormholes. A quick trip through one could land you light years away or years in the past or future. It's possible that ghostly particles called neutrinos might already be making such journeys. For the rest of us, though, there are practical hurdles. To use a wormhole for time travel, it needs to connect the specific times and places you want to travel between. This might mean dragging one end to the nearest black hole. Even then, you'd have to inflate the tiny wormhole to a size big enough for a person and keep it open, which is tricky since wormholes tend to snap shut almost immediately. You'd need a type of matter with repulsive gravity to prop them open, and we're not sure if such exotic matter exists. Plus, creating a usable tunnel would require an enormous amount of energy. Think the combined output of a large fraction of the stars in our galaxy for a whole year. Even if we overcome these challenges, such a time machine wouldn't take us back to key moments in history. If we find a wormhole, it marks the first moment time travelers could visit. So if you're dreaming of a dinosaur safari, you'll need a time machine left on Earth by extraterrestrials at least 65 million years ago. Still, our own time machine could do some fascinating things. Once built, future civilizations could visit us. But that brings up the grandfather paradox. Could someone go back and kill an ancestor, making their own existence impossible? Quantum physics might have an answer. Quantum physicists have been teleporting particles by copying their information and transferring it to another distant particle. Seth Lloyd from MIT and I can't say that name, A. Steinberg from the University of Toronto showed that quantum rules allow for this teleportation in time as well as space. In their experiments, they set up photons to travel back in time and flip their state, which would prevent them from traveling back in the first place. They found that if a photon was set to kill its grandfather, either the time travel or the state flip always failed, preserving cause and effect. That's pretty fascinating. This concept, known as chronology protection, suggests that the laws of physics are designed to maintain logical cause and effect, as noted by Stephen Hawking. Despite the challenges, the door to time travel remains open, and who knows what future discoveries might bring us closer to stepping through it. I've been watching old episodes of The Simpsons lately. Do you remember the one where Homer finds a time machine? I can't remember how. He goes back to the Jurassic era, I think, and then he tries to not change anything, but he keeps messing up and swatting bugs and things like that, or falling on creatures, he just falls over and falls on them, and he keeps warping back to present day until finally he lands on a version that everything looks normal, but they all have those lizard tongues. And he's just close enough. It's such a Homer way of dealing with things. Okay, so the next one we have is called Life on the Time Zone Borderline. Time is money, right? But these days the hands on the clock mean a lot more than that. Clocks don't just tell us when to get up, they keep our electricity flowing, phones connected, and planes and ships on course. But believe it or not, something as simple as "what's the time" has stirred up a lot of drama around the world. Before the 19th century, every community set their own local time. Then in 1876, a Scottish-born engineer named Sanford Fleming had a bright idea: standardize world time and divide the globe into separate time zones. By 1884, his concept of standard time was officially adopted, but it took another 35 years for nations to agree on a set of time zones covering the entire world. The result, 24 neat 15-degree wedges, each marking a 1-hour time shift. However, no one was put in charge of these zones, so over the years their neat edges were pulled out of shape to suit various interests. Nowhere is this more evident than the international date line running down the Pacific. Take Kiribati, a nation spread over 13 islands near the equator. Originally, the international date line split this island group, making its capital, Tarawa, 24 hours ahead of the rest of Kiribati. This meant that today had two different meanings within the same country. A little bit ridiculous. In 1995, Kiribati decided to fix this by shifting all its islands into the same time zone, creating a 3,000-kilometer bulge in the date line. Not everyone was thrilled. Some neighbors, like Fiji, saw it as a gimmick to attract tourists for the Millennium celebrations. Samoa, about 1,200 kilometers south, was particularly upset. They already lost 2 business days each week with Australia and New Zealand due to the 21-hour time difference. Kiribati's shift further isolated Samoa from its northern neighbors. So in 2011, Samoa decided to jump across the date line too. December 29th, 2011 simply didn't exist for them. They went straight from December 28th to December 30th to be in sync with their trading partners. While some argue over what day it is, others get heated over 3,600 seconds, specifically daylight saving time, introduced during World War I by Germany to save fuel by shifting an hour of daylight from morning to evening. Daylight saving time has caused numerous conflicts since then. A memorable one was in 1998 when nearly 2,000 students at Ohio University rioted after learning daylight savings time would cut their drinking time by an hour. But nowhere has daylight savings caused more trouble than in Indiana. Indiana straddles the boundary between the central and eastern time zones, and since the late 1940s there's been a fierce debate between urban dwellers and rural residents over daylight savings. Farmers hate it because they lose morning light, while businesses love it for smoother dealings with cities like Chicago and New York. In 1972, a new law aimed to resolve this by requiring Eastern time zone countries to skip daylight savings while making it mandatory in the Central Zone. Many countries ignored this, leading to a mess where bus timetables were a riddle. Oh my god. And some kids arrived at school before they left home. Finally, in 2006, a statewide daylight savings time was adopted, and Governor Mitch Daniels assured everyone, "Nothing will ever be more confusing than the world we're leaving behind." Maybe so, but Hoosiers love a good fight, and now a group called the Central Time Coalition is pushing to move the entire state to Central Time. The real mystery? How Indiana's clock warriors find the time to get anything else done. Yeah, we just switched daylight savings recently. And I don't like it because we're heading into winter, and so it makes the day end so much sooner. Sometimes, like when we're in the middle of winter, I'll get home, 5 or 5:30 in the afternoon, and it's already dark. So I don't know if we're in daylight savings now or out of it, but I prefer whatever it is over summer, because it makes the days feel a bit longer. or the daylight lasts longer. This next article I have is called The Tribe Without Time. I want to live with that tribe. I want to get out of the rat race, y'all. Other times I like being in the rat race, I think. Okay, we all experience time, right? But does everyone think about time the same way? Turns out different cultures have their own unique ways of organizing and naming time intervals. The minutes and hours we use actually come from the ancient Babylonians, and while various cultures have different calendars, using hours, days, and months to orient ourselves in time feels as fundamental as using landmarks and routes to navigate space. Space and time seem closely connected in our minds. We talk about events happening in relation to temporal landmarks, just like we locate objects in space. Think about phrases like in the summer or on Friday. We also describe events and people moving along a timeline, such as winter is approaching or she's coming up to her exams. This way of using spatial language to talk about time is common across many languages, leading cognitive scientists to believe it's a universal trait of the human mind. But this idea was challenged by research with an indigenous Amazonian community, the Amandawa, conducted by Wani Sampaio and Vera de Silva Sina from the Federal University Rondônia in Brazil, along with George Zinkin from the University of Portsmouth, UK, or Portsmouth, UK. Sorry, y'all. The Amandawa, living in a remote forest area of Brazil, were first contacted by the outside world in 1986. They traditionally farm, hunt, and fish, and their language has only 4 numbers, so they don't use clock time or a numerically based calendar. For the Amandawa, time is marked by the sun's position and daily activities like rising, eating, and working. They have no words for month or year, and longer intervals are named based on the dry and rainy seasons. There is no abstract term for time, and when asked to translate the Portuguese word tempo, they use quara, meaning sun. They don't celebrate birthdays either. People go through named life stages and take on new names based on gender and clan with each transition. When researchers tried to get the Amandawa to use space-time metaphors like the dry season is coming, they found the Amandawa don't use them. It's not that they don't understand such expressions. Bilingual Amandawa speakers grasp these metaphors in Portuguese. Their language even uses expressions like the path goes to the riverbank. But when it comes to time, they reject spatial metaphors. Instead of talking about the motion of the dry season, they'll talk about the movement of the sun. So what's going on here? The researchers believe that because the Amandawa lack a calendar or number-based time system, they don't have the concept of abstract time. Their intervals are structured around the natural and social world's rhythms rather than being segments of an independent timeline. Without this abstract time, they don't metaphorically move around in it or place events in it. For the Amandawa, time is identical to the events and routines of everyday life rather than a separate technology of the mind. Amandawa time might seem strange to us, but if we take a broader view of human culture, it's actually us who are the exception. Small-scale societies, organized around face-to-face encounters, have existed much longer than hierarchically structured, socially differentiated ones. Traditional societies can manage without calendars and clocks. Our experience of time owes as much to cultural invention as it does to the workings of the brain. It would be weird to exist without calendars and clocks. I think that I would worry sometimes that I was like wasting time, and how would I know? But you just wouldn't even worry about that if you were raised that way. That's pretty cool to me. The next article is called About Time, the mystery we all know and don't. Time is one of those things that feels totally normal until you stop and think about it. We use it every day, plan our schedules around it, and even complain about not having enough of it. But if you try to define what time actually is, things get weird fast. The 4th century philosopher St. Augustine put it best. What then is time? If no one asks me, I know. If I wish to explain it to one who asks, I know not. Since Augustine's time, we've made huge strides in understanding time, even if it still manages to confuse us. Einstein's theory of relativity, for instance, showed that time isn't a fixed thing. It slows down if you're moving really fast. And whether two events happen at the same time depends on your perspective. Space and time, they're not separate but woven together into what scientists call a 4-dimensional block universe. Then there's the big picture. Cosmologists have figured out that time had a starting point, the Big Bang, but whether it has an ending is still up for debate. Neuroscience has thrown in its own curveballs, showing that our brains actually rearrange our memories in fractions of a second, sometimes altering the order of events in our minds. Even weirder, brain scans can detect decisions we're going to make before we're even aware we've made them. That raises all sorts of unsettling questions about free will. Philosophers, of course, have a lot to say about all of this. Some argue that the idea of time flowing is just an illusion. Others point out that nothing objectively makes now special compared to any other moment. And then quantum theory gets involved, suggesting that every moment in time is kind of like a parallel universe, affecting us differently but existing nonetheless. Oh, and time travel, not as impossible as it sounds, at least mathematically speaking. With all these discoveries, you'd think we'd have time figured out by now. But every time we answer one question, new and even stranger ones pop up. For example, quantum mechanics and Einstein's relativity don't really get along when it comes to how space and time should work together. That's a big problem if you want a theory of everything that explains how the universe truly operates. Another headache, the arrow of time. The laws of physics don't actually prefer past over future, but in real life, time definitely seems to move in one direction. Causes come before effects. Computers process inputs before spitting out results, and a muddy glove doesn't magically clean itself while charging up the electricity grid. On top of that, things like the universe expanding, ripples in water spreading out, and even how we experience time all seem to align in a way that scientists are still trying to fully grasp. The fact that so many of these puzzles seem connected suggests that a major breakthrough in one area could unlock all the answers. Or maybe it'll just open the door to even deeper mysteries. Because if history has taught us anything, it's that every answer in science comes with a whole new set of questions. And honestly, that might be the most exciting part. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's kind of like, if you're a really curious person, you want to know the answers. But sometimes if you get the answer, if you think of a magic trick, and then you figure out how it's done, it's not exciting anymore. Whereas I wouldn't think life would be like that. I would think that life would just be endlessly interesting and there'd always be something to be curious about. So it is good to get answers in life and about the way the universe works, but I would never imagine that human beings would be able to really figure all of that out, This next article is Why Time Only Moves Forward and Why That's So Weird. Try this. Walk a few steps forward, then turn around and walk back. Easy, right? Now try doing the same thing with time. Let a few seconds pass, then reverse them. No luck? Of course not. Unlike space, time only flows in one direction, from past to future. That seems natural enough. But if you really dig into the laws of physics, things get strange. Nothing in those laws actually says time has to move forward. Take Newton's law of motion. They work just as well whether you're predicting where a ball will land in the future or where it was thrown from in the past. The forces that control particles don't change whether you swap the past for the future. The really strange thing is that the laws of physics, which should define what we see in the world, work just as well forwards as backwards, says Dean Rickles, a philosopher of science at the University of Sydney. There shouldn't be an arrow of time. So where does time's arrow come from? One big clue lies in entropy, the measure of disorder in a system. Everything around us is made of particles that are constantly moving and rearranging. The more ways you can shuffle them without changing the big picture, the higher the entropy. A puddle of water, for example, has high entropy because its molecules can be arranged in countless ways. An ice crystal, though, has low entropy since its structure is much more precise. Statistically speaking, high entropy states are just way more likely than low ones. That's why ice melts into water, but you'll never see a puddle spontaneously freeze on a warm day. If you did, you'd assume you were watching a video in reverse, almost as if time itself had flipped directions. This idea is tied to one of the core principles of physics, the second law of thermodynamics, which says that entropy in the universe can never decrease. Sounds like a solid explanation for time's arrow, right? Not quite. The second law just tells us that high entropy states are more likely. It doesn't explain why time moves forward instead of back. If time were truly symmetrical, the universe 5 minutes ago should look just as random as the universe 5 minutes from now. The best explanation, the universe just happened to start in an incredibly unlikely low entropy state. If it hadn't, time wouldn't have an arrow at all, and nothing interesting, like us, would exist. Time's arrow depends on the fact that the universe started in a very peculiar state, says physicist Carlo Rovelli. Had it started in a random state, there'd be nothing distinguishing the future from the past. Observations support this idea. The cosmic microwave background, the leftover radiation from the Big Bang, shows that early on, matter and energy were spread out extremely smoothly. That might look like high entropy, but when you factor in gravity, it's actually the opposite. Gravity likes to clump things together, meaning the most natural high entropy state would be black holes everywhere, not a smooth universe. So why did we start with low entropy? One explanation is cosmic inflation. Right after the Big Bang, the universe expanded insanely fast, stretching everything out and smoothing out any wrinkles. Right after the Big Bang, the universe expanded insanely fast, stretching everything out and smoothing out any wrinkles. That seems to solve the problem, except inflation itself requires an incredibly unlikely setup. Essentially, we've pushed the mystery one step back. Why did inflation start in such a low entropy state? One idea is that inflation didn't happen just once. Maybe the inflation field, the energy field driving inflation, started in a messy, high entropy state, randomly creating patches of low entropy. Some of these patches became smooth universes like ours, while others remained chaotic. This leads to the concept of a multiverse, where countless universes exist, each with its own conditions. I'm also going to do a video on the multiverse as well. If we live in a multiverse, then some universes will have arrows of time and some won't, says physicist Sean Carroll. We shouldn't be surprised to find ourselves in one that does, because that's the only kind of universe that can support life. Even if the multiverse theory explains time's arrow, there are still plenty of unanswered questions. How does entropy fit into quantum mechanics? Why do quantum systems always seem to pick one outcome when we measure them, even though their equations allow for multiple possibilities? And why do our brains only remember the past, never the future? Understanding how time's arrow manifests in things like evolution, memory, complexity, and even consciousness is still a massive open question, says Carroll. Maybe one day we'll get all the answers, assuming, of course, that the future actually exists. I think entropy is a little out of my level of understanding. Still interesting though. The next article I have is Quantum Time Travel. Can we send particles to the past? Time loops have fascinated sci-fi fans for years, but could they actually be real? According to some physicists, the answer might be yes, at least on a quantum level. While we won't be stepping into a time machine anytime soon, new research suggests that particles might be able to interact with the past, and that could change how we understand time itself. Back in 1991, physicist David Deutsch proposed an idea for quantum time loops, officially known as closed time-like curves, CTCs. His approach was based on the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, where a particle traveling to the past could jump into a parallel universe, avoiding paradoxes like the infamous grandfather paradox. Later in 2010, physicist Seth Lloyd and his team came up with a different approach. They suggested that quantum mechanics itself might allow for a kind of time loop without needing parallel universes. Instead, they used a quantum trick called post-selection, where only certain outcomes are kept while others are discarded. This allowed them to propose a model where quantum information could, in a sense, be sent back in time. Fast forward to today, and researchers are designing real-world experiments to test these ideas. In 2023, a team led by physicists Nicole Younger-Halpern, David Arvidsson-Shakur, and Aidan McConnell came up with a thought experiment involving entangled particles. Their setup involved 4 qubits, tiny quantum bits, that could be entangled and measured in a special sequence to mimic a time loop. Imagine sending a gift to a friend only to receive their wish list a day later. What if you could send a message back in time to adjust the gift before they received it? That's essentially what the experiment does, except instead of gifts, it involves quantum particles aligning their states retroactively. This isn't just a fun thought experiment. Physicists are now building actual experiments to test quantum time loops. In March 2024, researchers demonstrated a way to use a simulated time loop to improve quantum computing efficiency. They showed that quantum information could be sent back to optimize measurements in a way that wouldn't be possible using classical physics. So does this mean time travel is real? Not exactly. These quantum loops work on the microscopic scale, and the effect only happens under very specific conditions. Plus, quantum states are incredibly fragile. Trying to entangle enough atoms to send a human, or even a cat, back in time would be virtually impossible. Even though we won't be traveling to the past anytime soon, these quantum time loops could still have huge implications. They might help us understand the nature of time itself and even bring us closer to a long-sought theory that unites quantum mechanics with Einstein's theory of relativity. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, future physicists will find a way to tweak the past in small but meaningful ways. Until then, we'll just have to keep dreaming of time machines. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Are they already doing that? Are they already manipulating our reality for the future? Okay, guys. Next article I have for you is called "Did Time Flow in Two Directions from the Big Bang?" We all know time moves forward. It's how we age, how memories work, and how things in the universe seem to unfold. But what if time didn't just move forward? What if, at the moment of the Big Bang, it split and flowed in two directions? That's the idea behind a bold new theory that could change how we think about time itself. One of the biggest puzzles in physics is why time only moves forward. Most laws of physics work just as well in reverse, yet in real life we never see shattered glass reassembling or people growing younger. The usual explanation is entropy, the tendency of things to move from order to disorder. As the universe expands and entropy increases, time seems to flow forward. But what if this isn't the whole story? Physicist Julian Barber has a different take. He suggests that the Big Bang wasn't the start of time, but a midpoint. Instead of time having a single direction, it might flow outward in two opposite directions from the Big Bang, creating two mirror image universes, each moving forward in their own version of time. From our perspective, we can't see this other universe, but if Barber's theory is right, it should exist as a natural consequence of the laws of physics. Even more radically, Barber suggests that time doesn't come from entropy at all. Instead, he argues that time emerges from the increasing complexity of the universe. As galaxies form and structures grow, time moves forward. This concept, called complexity, could replace entropy as the true driver of time's arrow. His idea comes from a surprising source, an old mathematical result from 1772 by Joseph Louis Lagrange. Lagrange showed that a system of particles interacting under gravity always reaches a state of minimum size before expanding again. If you simulate a simple universe of particles using Newtonian gravity, they tend to cluster, reach a tight formation, and then expand in both directions. Barber calls this point of minimum size the Janus point, after the Roman god with two faces looking in opposite directions. If our universe has a Janus point, then what we see as the Big Bang might actually be the moment of minimum complexity. Everything before it belongs to a different, time-reversed universe that we'll never observe. Instead of assuming that the universe started in a state of low entropy, a convenient but unexplained assumption, Barber's model provides a natural explanation for why time has a direction. And there's more. This theory might even help us understand quantum gravity, the missing link between Einstein's theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. Since quantum mechanics relies on a fixed background time, but relativity treats time as flexible, finding a new definition of time based on complexity could bridge the gap between these two theories. The big question is, can we prove any of this? One potential test comes from studying the cosmic microwave background, CMB, the leftover radiation from the early universe. If Barber's theory is correct, the CMB should show evidence of the universe emerging from a maximally uniform state, with increasing complexity over time. Future observations could confirm or challenge this idea. While it's a long way from proving that time flows in two directions, the idea that time might emerge from structure rather than entropy could reshape our understanding of the universe. And if nothing else, it gives us a fresh way to think about one of the deepest mysteries in physics. I both feel right now like I'm understanding things, but I'm also really confused. I think that's probably why I like this stuff. The next article is, do we create space-time? A new take on the fabric of reality. For the first time, we can look at the quantum world from multiple perspectives at once. This opens up a strange possibility that reality might only take shape when we interact with each other. Imagine walking up to a Renaissance sculpture in a gallery. From far away it's striking, but when you get closer you start to notice the finer details, the curve of the jaw, the elegant nose, the softness of the marble hair. It's only by changing your perspective that you truly appreciate it. This idea of looking at things from different angles is crucial in physics too, and it's led to some major surprises. It all started with Einstein's theory of special relativity, which showed us that space and time are not fixed. They change depending on your perspective. This led to the concept of space-time, a four-dimensional framework where space and time are intertwined. But when quantum theory came into play, things got even weirder. It showed that when we measure things, we influence them. Yet in the quantum world, unlike with relativity, it was always unclear how to reconcile different perspectives to understand reality. A century later, many scientists wonder if a single objective reality even exists. Now, two new ideas are changing that story. For the first time, we can actually move between different quantum perspectives. This is already helping with practical problems like faster communications, and it might also answer the question of whether a shared reality exists in the quantum realm. Interestingly, it seems there is no shared reality at the quantum level until we start communicating. When Einstein developed relativity, he assumed one thing: the laws of physics should be the same for everyone. But there was a problem with light. The laws of electromagnetism dictate that light always travels at the same speed, about 299,792 kilometers per second. But imagine trying to race alongside a beam of light in a spaceship. You'd expect the light to appear slower than usual, just like how cars on the highway seem slower when you're driving fast next to them. But if that was the case, the laws of physics would break down. Einstein realized this couldn't happen, so he proposed that light's speed must be constant for everyone. This meant space and time themselves had to change depending on the observer's perspective. His work eventually led to general relativity, which remains our best theory of gravity. However, it didn't solve everything. In relativity, we measure space and time using physical objects, like rods and clocks. These objects, though, follow different laws governed by quantum theory. Quantum theory, on the other hand, describes particles and energy, and it's even more successful than relativity. But it suggests a strange reality. Particles don't have definite properties until we measure them. They exist in multiple possible states at once, and when particles are entangled, their properties can be connected even across vast distances. This complicates things from measuring time with a quantum clock or distance with a ruler that's in two places at once. Quantum physicists usually sidestep this issue by treating the measuring devices as if they follow the classical laws of physics, not quantum ones. This is called the Heisenberg cut. It's an arbitrary boundary separating quantum and classical worlds. Take Schrödinger's cat, for example. In the thought experiment, a cat is in the box with a radioactive particle. If the particle decays, it kills the cat. If not, the cat lives. From outside the box, the cat is in a superposition, meaning it's both alive and dead at the same time. But shouldn't we be able to describe the situation from the cat's perspective too? This question bothered Czaslaw Bruckner at the Institute for Quantum Optics and Quantum Information in Vienna. He wanted to understand how we can see things from multiple points of view in quantum theory. He started with the idea that the laws of physics should still apply to everyone, and developed a way to mathematically switch between quantum reference frames. Bruckner thought that if we could switch perspectives across the Heisenberg cut, it might reveal something about a shared quantum reality. In 2019, Bruckner and his team discovered something unexpected. When you switch to the cat's perspective, things look different. Just like in relativity, space and time warp to keep the laws of physics intact. From the cat's viewpoint, it's in a definite state, alive or dead, and the observer outside the box is the one in a superposition. What's quantum and what's classical, Bruckner realized, depends entirely on the chosen reference frame. Jacques Pinard at the University of Massachusetts says this insight opens up fascinating possibilities. Take the famous double slit experiment, where a particle can pass through two slits at once. In Bruckner's model, it's not just the particle that's in superposition, the slits themselves are. Bruckner's ideas have already helped tackle complex problems like those related to quantum communication, but there's still a twist. Wigner's friend. This thought experiment proposed by physicist Eugene Wigner in the 1950s adds a mind-bending element to the cat problem. In this scenario, Wigner's friend opens the box and sees the cat alive, but Wigner, standing outside the lab, still sees the cat in a superposition of alive and dead. The two perspectives seem to conflict, yet according to quantum theory, both are valid. This paradox reveals a splintered reality. Bruckner's framework can't solve this yet. The two people, Wigner and his friend, use different reference frames, so they're not looking at each other from the same vantage point. The communication between them is key. Until they interact, they don't share the same reality. This brings us to the work of Flavio Mercati and Giovanni Amelino Camiglia, who suggest that communication itself might create reality. Inspired by earlier work, they've proposed that as two people exchange quantum information, they actively create space-time. They point to the idea that space-time might be non-commutative, meaning that the order of measurements affects the structure of space. Normally it doesn't matter if you go east and then north or the other way around, but at quantum scales this might not be true. If space-time works in this non-commutative way, then by exchanging quantum information, observers might actually be forging the very space-time they're trying to understand. This raises a profound possibility. Space-time could emerge as a result of quantum communication, rather than being a fixed backdrop. So in a sense, when two observers interact, they collaborate to create their shared reality. Ultimately, these new ideas point to a surprising conclusion. Reality isn't a fixed, pre-existing thing. Instead, it might be something that we help construct through our interactions. When we only look at space-time from one perspective, we miss its full complexity. In fact, there might not even be a deeper shared reality until we start talking to each other, because it's through communication that reality is built. Well, that was really deep, wasn't it? Just like a whole bunch of things just going on in my head after reading that. Just the idea of communication. It also makes me think they're never going to figure this stuff out. There's too many different possibilities. It's crazy. And kind of magical. So, the next article I have for you guys is called "The Leap Second, a Thing of the Past." and I believe this article was written in 2015, just to help put things into perspective. On the evening of Tuesday, June 30th, at precisely 23 hours, 59 minutes and 60 seconds, our clocks will pause for a second to sync Earth's rotation with atomic time. But with our fast-moving world, is it time for a new way to keep track of time? According to ChatGPT, this specific leap second on June 30th was the 27th since the system was introduced in 1972. I showed up late to a meeting about time measurement, ironically. I got lost in London trying to find the Royal Institute of Navigation. The mathematician Roger Penrose, a big deal at the University of Oxford, was already there, looking a little puzzled by my tardiness. After a while, he decided the meeting wasn't getting to the heart of the issue, and he pulled out early. It was just the beginning of an ongoing debate about the future of leap seconds. A leap second is a small adjustment made to keep Earth's spinning time in line with atomic time, which is more precise. This June marks the first leap second since 2012, and it's a big topic for discussion. Some people think leap seconds are a historical link to astronomy that we shouldn't lose, while others argue it's outdated and impractical in today's high-speed, tech-driven world. The UK government even held a consultation to see where the world stands on this issue. Here's the reason for leap seconds. Earth's rotation isn't perfectly consistent. The pull from the moon and sun is gradually slowing down our planet's spin. Atmospheric effects and even the shifting of Earth's molten core cause further unpredictable variations. For much of history, a day was defined as a full rotation of Earth, but as time went on, we needed a more accurate way to measure it. That's why in the 1960s, atomic clocks were introduced, measuring seconds based on the vibration of atoms, specifically cesium-133 atoms. This new system led to the creation of leap seconds in 1972, as Earth's time and atomic time began drifting apart. Today we rely on Coordinated Universal Time, UTC, which combines both atomic and astronomical time. Every time Earth's spin drifts by more than 0.9 seconds, the International Earth Rotation and Reference Systems Service, the IERS, calls for an extra second, and that's how the leap second came about. But not everyone is happy with this system. According to Felicitas Arias, head of the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, BIPM, it's outdated and causes serious issues for industries that require precise synchronization. The tech world is especially vocal on this issue. Software glitches have caused issues in the past. For example, in 2012, Qantas reservation system crashed due to a leap second adjustment. Some fear this could get worse, with more significant failures in things like air traffic control or military systems. On the flip side, some tech experts like Marcus Kahn from Cambridge believe the problem is overstated. Systems have already adapted to things like daylight saving time adjustments, so why couldn't they handle a leap second? The debate is ongoing. The US, France, and Germany seem to favor getting rid of leap seconds, while the UK, Canada, and Russia want to keep them. The decision is tricky because the International Telecommunication Union insists on consensus before making any global changes. So does it really matter if we keep leap seconds or not? The sun's rise time would shift a bit over the centuries, but for most of us that's not a big deal. Still, some believe there's something culturally significant about linking time with the Earth's natural cycles. After all, we've been keeping time this way for centuries. Some companies like Google argue that eliminating leap seconds would make their systems run more smoothly. However, they've already figured out how to adjust for them, so it's not a huge problem. Other companies like BT in the UK still add the leap second as needed. The difference is small, but it does pose challenges for things like legal or financial timestamps where accuracy matters. Looking forward, some experts propose keeping 2 time systems, one for atomic time and one for Earth-based time. That way, systems that just need to measure elapsed time, like power companies, can use a simple atomic time system, while the rest of us can still follow Earth-based time if needed. Roger Penrose, on the other hand, has a radical suggestion. Let's start from scratch. He proposes a new time system based purely on atomic clocks, defined from a universal 0 point. He suggests using the regular pulses from neutron stars, called pulsars, to keep our link to the cosmos. This way, different countries could set their clocks relative to this new system. Timekeeping could be simpler and we wouldn't need leap seconds at all. In the end, it seems like the leap seconds future is still up in the air. The UK public consultation, published in September 2014, found that most people didn't care either way. Technology companies like Google are fine with scrapping them, while others like the UK still hold on to the idea. With the decision delayed until the next international conference, we're left wondering if this is the last leap second or just another debate that will go on for years. Oh, okay, I just Googled it. According to Wikipedia, after many years of discussion by different standards bodies, in November 2022, at the 27th General Conference on Weights and Measures, it was decided to abandon the leap second by or before 2035. I feel like they did that because that's what tech wanted. You know, they're just going to do whatever big tech wants. Like, I wonder why they couldn't just make the adjustment when the daylight savings time comes around. If they need to adjust, that seems like a good time to do it because everyone's already adjusting anyway. But what do I know? And the last article I'm going to read for you guys is sort of similar to what I've done in previous videos like this, where some type of scientist or physicist gives their recommendations for like the 10 best movies. And these ones are about the 10 best time travel movies, according to a metaphysicist. Number 10 on the list is Midnight in Paris from 2011. While most time travel movies focus on how time travel works, Midnight in Paris is more about nostalgia. It follows Gil, a screenwriter who visits Paris with his girlfriend. Every night at midnight, he's transported back to the 1920s, where he meets literary and artistic icons. This movie isn't about changing the past, but longing for it, an exploration of how we romanticize past eras. Gil learns that we often think of the past as the golden age, forgetting that we're always prone to looking back and wishing for something different. That's what makes this film unique. It shows time travel as a way to revisit rather than alter history. Number 9, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. This movie is a great example of what metaphysicians call consistent time travel. In Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Bill and Ted don't change the past, but interact with it in a way that doesn't alter the timeline. A key scene involves the duo traveling back in time to leave themselves keys they'll need in the future, creating a perfect loop. This is a classic time travel scenario where the past always includes the actions of the travelers. Nothing ever really changes, it just unfolds in a way that seems circular. And of course, number 8, Back to the Future. This is a time travel classic, and it's one of the most well-known examples of inconsistent time travel. Marty McFly goes back in time and accidentally messes with his parents' past, putting his own existence in jeopardy. The future Marty starts to unravel, and he must ensure his parents fall in love to save his future. This movie touches on the grandfather paradox, the idea that if you change something in the past, you might erase your own existence. While this scenario is impossible, it makes for a thrilling and fun movie. And number 7 is About Time, from 2013. I haven't heard of that one. In About Time, the protagonist, Tim, discovers he can travel back in time to fix small mistakes. He finds that changing the past, even in little ways, dramatically alters his present and future. The film is less about time travel mechanics and more about examining how we value our moments. As Tim tweaks the past to protect loved ones, he learns that the present is precious exactly as it is, and maybe it's the imperfections that make it worth living. Number 6, Everything Everywhere All at Once. This mind-bending film isn't exactly about time travel, but it's all about the idea of exploring different versions of life. Evelyn, the protagonist, hops between different universes where different choices lead to different outcomes. It's a reflection on the infinite number of paths life could take depending on the decisions we make, making us wonder about the lives we might have had under different circumstances. Number 5, The Time Traveler's Wife. In this movie, Henry involuntarily time travels, jumping between moments in his life in a non-linear way. This consistent time travel story explores the intimate relationship between Henry and Claire, who meet at various stages of their lives. It's a poignant look at how we form connections and what it means to live when the timeline isn't fixed, making us question how we experience and interact with time. Number 4, Interstellar. Interstellar brings a bit of real science into time travel with its take on time dilation. The plot follows Joseph Cooper, who travels through a wormhole in search of a new home for humanity. Due to the massive gravitational effects of a black hole, Cooper experiences time differently, leading to a dramatic time lapse between his mission and the people waiting for him. The movie's take on traveling to the future rather than the past is rooted in real physics, and it's the closest we get to time travel as we understand it. Might have to watch that one again. 3, Tenet. Christopher Nolan's Tenet is a complex film that stretches the concept of time travel to its limits. Instead of traveling through time, people and objects in this film move backwards through time due to inverted entropy. This idea, though difficult to grasp, is grounded in real physics, the concept that every process that happens in one direction can theoretically be reversed. The movie's depiction of time inversion creates fascinating action sequences where characters experience the world in reverse while the audience sees it in real time. It's definitely a movie that requires multiple viewings to fully understand. I haven't seen that one either. That was from 2020, but I know the name and I know Christopher Nolan. Number 2 is 12 Monkeys. 12 Monkeys is another example of consistent time travel, but it also introduces the idea of a causal loop. James Cole is sent back in time to investigate a virus outbreak that's caused a global disaster in the future. While he's not there to prevent it, he ends up unwittingly being part of the chain of events that leads to the epidemic. In the end, the organization behind the outbreak is one he helps create in the past, making it a perfect loop. The film plays with the concept of time and fate, asking whether we can ever really change the future. And number 1, Predestination from 2014. I haven't heard of that one either. My top pick is Predestination, a brilliant film based on the story by Robert Heinlein. This film features a mind-bending time travel paradox where one person plays multiple roles across time, The protagonist, Jane, becomes John, and both characters play crucial roles in their own creation. This complex narrative explores the tension between free will and predestination, questioning whether we have control over our fate or if time is simply a loop we're caught in. What do you guys think? That's the end. That's all I've got for you. Well, hopefully you know a little bit more about time. I know I do. So that's the end of the video, guys, and I hope you enjoyed this. I'm happy to be back. I'm happy to see you guys again and be interacting with you again. And yeah, I hope to see you very soon. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back. Today I am going to be reading another Wikipedia article to you. This is about the Darien Gap. I don't really know much about it other than that it's in Panama and it has a bit of a reputation for being dangerous. And I thought that sounds kind of cool, so I would like to read it for you today or tonight while you relax, go to sleep, or whatever you feel like doing. And I also just wanted to plug my website, which some of you have already discovered. Just been popping it in the comments and the description. And yeah, it's just a little space that I've created off YouTube. I post photos on there and I create different kinds of videos over there, still in the ASMR vibe, but a little more personal one-on-one type energy, if that makes sense. So if that sounds like something you might like, please go and check it out. That is at dianaasmr.com. Just .com. Anyway, let's continue. The Darien Gap is a remote and roadless and dangerous area of rainforest on the international border between Colombia and Panama, stretching across southern Panama's Darien province and the northern portion of Colombia's Choco department. Choco. It acts as a natural barrier between North America and South America. Consisting of a large drainage basin, dense rainforest, and mountains, it is known for its remoteness, difficult terrain, and extreme environment, with a reputation as one of the most inhospitable regions in the world. Nevertheless, as the only land bridge between North America and South America, the Darien Gap has historically served as a major route for both humans and wildlife. That's a picture of where it is. So that's Colombia, Panama. What's this picture? Is that showing? Is that the highway? That yellow part there? Maybe that's the end. And then something picks up there. Okay. The geography of the Darien Gap is highly diverse. The Colombian side is dominated primarily by the river delta of the Atrato River, which creates a flat marshland at least 80 kilometers, 50 miles wide. The Tanala River, which flows towards Atrato, was Hispanicized to Darien by 16th century European conquistadors. The Serranía del Baudo mountain range extends along Colombia's Pacific coast and into Panama. The Panamanian side, in stark contrast, is a mountainous rainforest with terrain reaching from 60 meters, almost 200 feet, in the valley floors to 1,800 meters, about 6,000 feet at the tallest peak, Cerro Takakuna, in the Serranía del Darien. The Darien Gap is inhabited mostly by the indigenous Embera-Wunan and Guna peoples. In 1995, it had a reported population of 8,000 among 5 tribes. The only sizable settlement in the region is La Palma, the capital of Darien Province, with roughly 4,200 residents. Other population centers include Yavisa and El Real, both on the Panamanian side. I wonder how they live there. Like, is it very old school indigenous? Owing to its isolation and harsh geography, the Darien Gap is largely undeveloped, with most economic activity consisting of small-scale farming, cattle ranching, and lumber. Criminal enterprises such as human and drug trafficking are widespread. There is no road, not even a primitive one, across the Darien. The Gap interrupts the Pan-American Highway, which breaks at Yavisa, Panama, and resumes at Turbo, Colombia, roughly 106 kilometers, 66 miles away. Infrastructure development has long been constrained by logistical challenges, financial costs, and environmental concerns. Attempts failed in the 1970s and 1990s. Currently, there is no active plan to build a road through the gap, although there is discussion of re-establishing a ferry service and building a rail link. Consequently, travel within and across Darien Gap is often conducted with small boats or traditional watercraft such as pirogues, or pirogue, sorry I don't know how to pronounce that. Otherwise, hiking is the only remaining option, and it is strenuous and dangerous. Yes, it sounds like it would be. Aside from natural threats, such as deadly wildlife, tropical diseases, and frequent heavy rains and flash floods, law enforcement and medical support are non-existent, resulting in rampant violent crime and causing otherwise minor injuries to ultimately become fatal. Despite its perilous conditions, since the 2010s, the Darien Gap has become one of the heaviest migration routes in the world, with hundreds of thousands of migrants, primarily Haitians and Venezuelans, traversing north to the Mexico-United States border. In 2022, there were 250,000 crossings, compared to only 24,000 in 2019. In 2023, more than 500,000 passed through the gap, more than doubling the previous year's number of crossings. Wow, I wonder if they were all okay. Like, I wouldn't imagine they would be. It's very scary. Pan-American Highway. The Pan-American Highway is a system of roads measuring about 30,000 kilometers, 19,000 miles, in length that runs north-south through the entirety of North, Central, and South America, with the sole exception of the Darien Gap. On the South American side, the highway terminates at Turbo, Colombia. On the Panamanian side, the road terminates for many years in Chepo, since 2010 in the town of Yavisa. Many people, including local indigenous populations, groups and governments, are opposed to completing the Darien portion of the highway. Reasons for opposition include protecting the rainforest, containing the spread of tropical diseases, protecting the livelihood of indigenous peoples in the area, preventing drug trafficking and its associated violence, and preventing foot and mouth disease from entering North America. The extension of the highway as far as Yavisa resulted in severe deforestation alongside the highway route within a decade. Efforts were made for decades to fill this sole gap in the Pan-American Highway. Planning began in 1971 with the help of American funding, but was halted in 1974 after concerns were raised by environmentalists. US support was further blocked by the US Department of Agriculture in 1978 from its desire to stop the spread of foot and mouth disease. Another effort to build the road began in 1992, but by 1994 a United Nations agency reported that the road and the subsequent development would cause extensive environmental damage. Cited reasons include evidence that the Darien Gap has prevented the spread of diseased cattle into Central and North America, which have not seen foot and mouth disease since 1954 and since at least the 1970s. This has been a substantial factor in preventing a road link through the Darien Gap. The Embera, Wunan, and Guna are among 5 tribes, comprising 8,000 people, who have expressed concern that the road would bring about the potential erosion of their cultures by destroying their food sources. An alternative to the Darien Gap Highway would be a river ferry service between Turbo or Necoclí, Colombia, and one of the several sites along Panama's Caribbean coast. Ferry services such as Crucero Express and Ferry Express operated to link the gap, but closed because the service was not profitable. As of 2023, nothing has come of this idea. Another idea is to use a combination of bridges and tunnels to avoid the environmentally sensitive regions. Now, a little bit about the history. Pre-Columbian history. Scholars such as Max Uhl, William Henry Holmes, C.V. Hartman, and George Grant McCurdy undertook studies of archaeological sites and collections that were augmented by further research by some other people. There are a large number of sites with impressive platform mounds, plazas, paved roads, stone sculpture, and artifacts made from jade, gold, and ceramic materials. The Guna people lived in what is now northern Colombia and the Darien province of Panama at the time of the Spanish conquest, and they subsequently began to move westward due to conflict with the Spanish and other indigenous groups. Centuries before the conquest, the Gunners arrived in South America as part of a Chibchan migration that moved east from Central America. At the time of the Spanish invasion, they were living in the region of Urabá, near the borders of what are now Antioquia and Caldas. The Guna themselves, I'm just looking at this map to see if any of these places are on there. Sometimes a visual helps me. The Guna themselves attribute their several migrations to conflicts with other chiefdoms, and their migration to nearby islands in particular to escape malarial mosquito populations on the mainland. Vasco Núñez de Balboa and Alonso de Ojeda explored the coast of Colombia in 1500 and 1501. They spent most time in the Gulf of Urabá, where they made contact with the Gunners. I hope I'm saying that right. Could be Gunners. The regional border was initially created in 1508 after royal decree to separate the colonial governorships of Castilla de Oro and Nueva Andalusia, using the river Atrado as the boundary between the two governorships. Balboa heard of the South Sea from locals while sailing along the Caribbean coast. On 25th of September 1513, he saw the Pacific. In 1519, the town of Panama was founded near a small indigenous settlement on the Pacific coast. After the Spaniards entered what is now Peru, it developed into an important transshipment port as well as an administrative centre. In 1671, the Welsh pirate Henry Morgan crossed the Isthmus of Panama from the Caribbean side and destroyed the city. The town was subsequently relocated a few kilometres to the west on a small peninsula. Why did he destroy it? The ruins of the old town, Panama Viejo, are preserved and were declared a World Heritage Site in 1997. Silver and gold from the Viceroyalty of Peru was taken across the isthmus by Spanish silver train to Portobello, where Spanish treasure fleets shipped them to Seville and Cadiz from 1707. Lionel Wafer spent 4 years between 1680 and 1684 among the Gunners. In 1698, the Kingdom of Scotland tried to establish a settlement in a project known as the Darien Scheme, intending to tame, occupy, and administer the non-traversable land of the Darien Gap, and use it as a gateway to trade between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, as was later achieved successfully by the Panama Railroad and then the Panama Canal. The first expedition of 5 ships set sail from Leith on 14 July 1698 with around 1,200 people on board. Their orders were to proceed to the Bay of Darien and make the isle, called the Golden Island, some few leagues to the leeward of the mouth of the great river of Darien, and there make a settlement on the mainland. After calling at Madeira and the West Indies, the fleet made landfall off the coast of Darien on 2nd of November. The settlers christened their new home New Caledonia. The aim was for the colony to have an overland route that connected the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. Since its inception, it has been said that the undertaking was beset by poor planning and provisioning, divided leadership, a poor choice of trade goods, devastating epidemics of disease, reported attempts by the East India Company to frustrate it, and a failure to anticipate the Spanish Empire's military response. It was finally abandoned in March 1700 after a siege and harbour blockade by the Spanish forces. As the Company of Scotland was backed by approximately 20% of all the money circulating in Scotland, its failure left the Scottish lowlands in substantial financial ruin. In fact, English financial incentives are thought to have been a factor in persuading those in power to support the 1707 union with England. According to this argument, the Scottish establishment of landed aristocracy and mercantile elites considered that their best chance of being part of a major power would be to share the benefits of England's international trade and the growth of the English overseas possessions, so its future would have to lie in unity with England. Furthermore, Scotland's nobles were almost bankrupted by the Darien fiasco. Panamanian independence. Most of Panama was part of Colombia until it declared its independence in 1903, with encouragement and support from the United States. The geography of Darien, through which no troops could pass, made its Departamento of Panama harder to defend and control. The current border is regulated by the Victoria-Velez Treaty, signed in Bogota on 20th of August 1924 by the foreign ministers of Panama and Colombia. This treaty is officially registered in the registered number 814 of the Treaty League of Nations. On 17th of August 1925, said border was based on the same Colombian law of 9th of June 1855. Two major national parks exist in the Darien Gap: Darien National Park in Panama and Los Catillos National Park in Colombia. The Darien Gap forests had extensive cedrela and mahogany cover until many of these trees were removed by loggers. Darien National Park in Panama, the largest national park in Central America, covers roughly almost 5,800 kilometers squared, or 2,240 square miles of land, and was established in 1980. The property includes a stretch of the Pacific coast and almost the entire border with neighboring Colombia. There's a kind of random section here where they've added information about an airline. Copa Airlines Flight 201 on 6th of June 1992. Copa Airlines Flight 201, a Boeing 737 jet airplane covering a flight between Panama City and Cali, Colombia, crashed into the Darien Gap, killing all 47 people on board. Adventure travelers. To travel between the continents through the Darien Gap has long been a challenge. The gap can be transited by off-road vehicles attempting intercontinental journeys. The first post-colonial expedition to the Darien was the Marsh-Darien Expedition in 1924-25, supported by several major sponsors, including the Smithsonian Institution and the American Museum of Natural History, and the government of Panama. The first vehicular crossing of the gap was made by 3 Brazilians in 2 Ford Model T cars. They left Rio de Janeiro in 1928 and arrived in the United States in 1938. The expedition intended to bring attention for the Pan American Highway after an international conference in Chile in 1923. I wonder why it took them 10 years. The participants were Leonidas Borges de Oliveira, a lieutenant from Brazilian Army, Francisco Lopes de Cruz from Brazilian Air Force, and Mario Fava, a young mechanic. That's a good person to bring. They took what appears to be the last photo of Augusto Sandino, who received them in Nicaragua, and were received by Henry Ford and Franklin Roosevelt in the United States. Another crossing was completed by the Land Rover, La Cucaracha Cariñosa, the affectionate cockroach. That's funny. And a jeep of the Trans-Darien Expedition in 1959-60. They left Chepo, Panama on the 2nd of February 1960 and reached Quibdó, Colombia on 17th of June 1960, averaging 200 meters per hour over 136 days. Wow. I really want to see what it's like there, like I'm just picturing really thick forest, but how do you get a Land Rover through that? Okay, so what's this? Just another one showing the gap, I think. In December 1960, on a motorcycle trip from Alaska to Argentina, adventurer Danny Liska attempted to transit the Darien Gap from Panama to Colombia. In Panama City, Liska decided to fly his motorcycle ahead to Medellin and proceed across the gap by boat and on foot. Wow. He was later forced to abandon his motorcycle when he was not able to clear it at a customs office in Punta Arenas and was once again on foot. In 1961, a team of 3 1961 Chevrolet Corvairs and several support vehicles departed from Panama. After 109 days, they reached the Colombia border, with 2 Corvairs, the third having been abandoned in the jungle. It's like an extreme sport or something. In 1972, a team of explorers from the British Army spent 96 days crossing the gap in a pair of Range Rover Classic SUVs. The crossing was part of a much larger Pan-American adventure, the British Trans-Americas Expedition. Explorer and British Army Colonel John Blashford Snell was the expedition's leader, while the vehicles were overseen and driven by Army officer Gavin Thompson, along with 8 Royal Engineers. As the journey became exceedingly difficult due to the terrain, the 2 SUVs were joined by a third vehicle, a Land Rover Series 2, to help blaze the trail ahead. The 7-month, 27,000-kilometer long journey began in Alaska and successfully finished in Tierra del Fuego, Argentina. It was the first north-to-south crossing of the Americas on land vehicles in a single trip via the gap. The first fully overland wheeled crossing of the gap was that of a British cyclist, Ian Hibble, who rode from Cape Horn to Alaska between 1971 and 1973. Others used boats for some sections. Hibble took the direct overland south to north route, including an overland crossing at the Atrados Swamp in Colombia. Ed Culberson was the first one to follow the entire Pan-American Highway proposed route, including the Darien Gap, on a motorcycle. From 1994 to 1997, the gap was briefly joined by a ferry service provided by Crucero Express. A number of notable crossings have been made on foot. Here we go, here's some gnarly travelers. Sebastian Snow crossed the gap with Wade Davis in 1975 as part of his unbroken walk from Tierra del Fuego to Costa Rica. The trip is documented in his 1976 book, The Rucksack Man, and in Wade Davis's 1996 book, One River. In 1981, George Meighan crossed the gap on a similar journey. He too started in Tierra del Fuego and eventually ended in Alaska. His 1988 biography, The Longest Walk, describes the trip and includes a 25-page chapter on his foray through the gap. So here's some footage of what it looks like there. They don't look too happy. Oh, look, there's an abandoned car. Very dense looking, isn't it? So they were the first Mexican by-foot crossers, taking a rest by a lost Corvair abandoned in 1961 by a caravan from Chicago. In 1979, evangelist Arthur Blessed traversed the gap while carrying a 3.7-meter wooden cross, a trek confirmed by Guinness World Records as part of the longest round-the-world pilgrimage for Christ. Most crossings of the Darien Gap region have been from Panama to Colombia. In July 1961, 3 college students, Carl Adler, James Worth, and Joseph Bellina, crossed from the Bay of San Miguel to Puerto Obaldia on the Gulf of Parida near Colombia, and ultimately to Mulatupu in the San Blas Islands. The trip across the Darien was by banana boat, piragua, and foot via the Tuira River, Rio Chucunaque, Rio Tuquesa, and Serrania del Darien. In 1985, Project Rayleigh, which evolved from Project Drake in 1984, and in 1989 became Rayleigh International, sponsored an expedition which also crossed the Darien coast to coast. Between the early 1980s and mid-1990s, Encounter Overland, a British adventure travel company, organised 2 to 3 week trekking trips through the Darien Gap from Panama to Colombia, or vice versa. These trips used a combination of whatever transport was available: jeeps, bus, boats, and walking, with travellers carrying their own supplies. Do you think you'd do that? I don't know if I would. I consider myself adventurous, but I need to hear some of the real details about how dangerous it is, like what am I going to encounter? Because it's not exactly the wildlife that I'm scared of. Complete overland crossings of the Darien rainforest on foot and riverboat, i.e. from the last road in Panama to the first road in Colombia, became more dangerous in the 1990s because of the Colombian conflict. The Colombian portion of the Darien rainforest in the Catillos Park region eventually fell under control of armed groups. Furthermore, combatants from Colombia even entered Panama, occupied some Panamanian jungle villages, and kidnapped or killed inhabitants and travelers. Migrants traveling northward. While the Darien Gap has been considered to be essentially impassable, in the 21st century, thousands of migrants, primarily Haitian during the 2010s and Venezuelan during the 2020s, crossed the Darien Gap to reach the United States. By 2021, the number was more than 130,000, increasing to 520,000 in 2023, but dropping to 300,000 in 2024. That was for the more organised 2.5-day trek, which used to take a week. Of the 334,000 migrants who crossed over the first 8 months of 2023, 60% were Venezuelan, motivating the Biden administration to provide foreign assistance to help Panama deport migrants. The hike, which involves crossing rivers which flood frequently, is unpleasant, demanding, and dangerous, with rape and robbery common, and there are numerous fatalities. In 2024, there were 55 known deaths, probably more, and 180 unaccompanied minors were abandoned and looked after by childcare institutions, some because their relatives died or got lost, others travelling unaccompanied. That's crazy. A child? People from Africa, South Asia, the Middle East, the Caribbean, and China have been known to cross the Darien Gap as a method of migrating to the United States. This route may entail flying to Ecuador to take advantage of its liberal visa policy and attempting to cross the gap on foot. Journalist Jason Motlove was interviewed by Sasha Pfeiffer on NPR's nationally syndicated radio show On Point in 2016 concerning his work following migrants through the Darien Gap. See, they say stuff like that he was interviewed, but they don't have any quotes from it. Journalists Nadia Drost and Bruno Federico were interviewed by Nick Schifrin about their work following migrants through the Darien Gap in mid-2019 and the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic a year later as part of a series on migration to the United States for PBS. In 2023, people fleeing China traveled to Ecuador, then to Necoclí in Colombia, with the intention of crossing the Darien Gap on foot. The number of Chinese people crossing the Darien Gap increased each month in 2023. In September 2024, journalist Caitlin Dickerson reported on immigration through the Darien Gap for The Atlantic. The route in the 21st century. Records are not kept, but it is known that many migrants die on this trip. The hiking trail ascends abruptly over a mountain. The 4-day hike is a challenge even for a person in good physical shape. Most migrants are in mediocre physical shape or worse, and without equipment for hiking and camping. Women who are carrying babies or pregnant make the attempt. Wow. They probably already live in really serious conditions, so it's like, whatever, what have I got to lose? The rainfall in the Darien Gap produces flash floods that can carry sleepers to their deaths. This is crazy. Several rivers with neither bridges nor boats must be crossed. No services of any kind are available. Food, a tent, and water purification materials sufficient for a hike of several days must be carried. Bodies of migrants are often found, but the numbers found are said to be grossly underreported by authorities in Panama. There's no medical help and no way to evacuate someone ill, injured, or simply exhausted. A broken leg is usually fatal. Wow. There are many insects, snakes, and carnivorous animals. Many migrants are robbed. There is no police presence and no cell phone service. Armed conflict. The Darien Gap was subject to the Marxist Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, which led to an insurgency against the Colombia government. FARC rebels were present on both the Colombian and Panamanian sides of the border. Other non-political victims include 3 New Tribes missionaries who died after disappearing from the Panamanian side in 1993. In 2003, Robert Young Pelton, on assignment for National Geographic Adventure magazine, and 2 traveling companions, Mark Weddervin and Megan Smaker, were detained for a week by the United Self-Defense Forces of Colombia, a far-right paramilitary organization, in a highly publicized incident. And in May 2013, Swedish backpacker Jan Philip Brownish disappeared in the area after leaving the Colombian town of Rio Sucio to attempt crossing on foot to Panama via the Cuenca Cacarica. The FARC admitted to killing him, having mistaken him for a foreign spy. So that's the end of the article. What do you guys think? It's pretty crazy. That's some intense trekking, isn't it? That's kind of the stuff you'd expect to hear from, like, you know, Mount Everest or something, except you throw in this, you know, military and government problems. Wow. It's a pretty crazy place. If you know any more kind of cool places like this, I'd love to read about them as well. So I hope you're feeling very relaxed from my scary readings. And thank you for tuning in. I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today I have a video about the multiverse. I promised that in one of the last videos that I would do this. It's just a very interesting topic to think about. There's, I think, many different theories about the multiverse. The basic idea is that there's many different universes and we happen to live in this one. I think the theories range from that there can be different scientific laws across each universe, so maybe ours is built in such a way that we can live in it, that it can support life, whereas other universes may not do that. They might be too random to support life, at least as we understand it. And I think some people even think that there's different versions of us living in different universes, and we can, cross timelines and things like that. It all gets very interesting. These articles I'm reading, again, from the New Science website, which I'll link in the description somewhere for you guys. And I say this every time, but I run the articles through ChatGPT to change the words around just for copyright reasons. Yeah, so on that note, let's get into it. The first one is understanding the real multiverse, a scientific perspective. That's maybe a good place to start. While fictional portrayals of parallel universes in media can be entertaining, the scientific concept of the multiverse presents a much different and more complex picture. In many stories, the multiverse is depicted as a gateway to alternate realities where individuals encounter versions of themselves that took different paths in life, providing a fascinating glimpse into what might have been. Imagine stepping through a mysterious portal and meeting a version of yourself who chose a completely different life. Instead of staying in a mundane job at an accounting firm, you pursued your dream of being a rock musician. You're now famous after impressing judges on a reality music competition and going viral. This idea of a door to a parallel universe, where another version of you lives out an entirely different reality, is a compelling fantasy. It plays into our common desire to see the roads we didn't take and to imagine how things might have turned out differently. Fictional accounts, such as Sliding Doors, where a woman's fate hinges on whether she catches a train or not, or in Everything Everywhere All at Once, where the protagonist encounters alternate versions of herself with varying talents, all tap into this longing to see the life we didn't live. Marvel films also explore this theme by presenting alternate versions of superheroes. These narratives give us a sense that unfulfilled dreams might be alive in other dimensions. Yeah, I like thinking that way. However, the scientific view of the multiverse is far less about personal fantasies and more about the consistency of physical laws and the grand structure of the cosmos. Scientists' interest in multiverse theories isn't born out of a whimsical imaginings, but as a way to solve difficult problems in areas such as quantum theory and cosmology. These concepts are serious endeavors that have emerged over decades of scientific inquiry. The idea of the multiverse in science traces its roots back to the 1970s, where renowned physicist Bryce DeWitt helped popularize the work of Hugh Everett III. Everett's 1957 PhD thesis proposed that during quantum measurements, rather than collapsing into a single outcome, an observer's consciousness branches into all possible outcomes, resulting in multiple realities. Although Everett's work initially failed to gain widespread attention, DeWitt's endorsement of the many universes hypothesis, later renamed the many worlds interpretation, MWI, brought it into the scientific spotlight. The MWI challenges the traditional Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, which posits that an observer's measurement causes a quantum state to collapse into one of several possible outcomes. In this view, the universe and everything in it exists in a superposition of possibilities until an observation is made. However, this raises questions. Why is human consciousness required to collapse the wave function? If quantum mechanics governs the subatomic world, why does human observation have such a pivotal role? The Copenhagen interpretation faced criticism from some of the greatest minds in physics, including Albert Einstein and Erwin Schrödinger. Schrödinger's famous thought experiment involving a cat trapped in a box with a radioactive substance highlighted the absurdity of the observer's role in determining outcomes. In this scenario, the cat would be both alive and dead until the box is opened, which Schrödinger argued was a nonsensical consequence of the Copenhagen interpretation. Everett, inspired by these critiques, developed the idea that instead of collapsing into one state, all possible outcomes exist simultaneously in separate branches of reality. In this view, the observer's consciousness splits, experiencing different realities. For instance, in the case of Schrödinger's cat, one version of the observer sees the cat alive, while another sees it dead, and both realities are equally real, though neither observer is aware of the other. Although DeWitt initially dismissed the idea, thinking it was implausible because he couldn't directly perceive these alternate branches of reality, he later reconsidered after discussions with Everett. This led DeWitt to become one of the theory's most vocal proponents. The MWI, although counterintuitive, suggested that the universe could be far more complex than previously imagined, and that consciousness might not be as distinct from the physical world as once thought. One scientist particularly captivated by the idea of parallel universes was Brandon Carter, who, while studying at Cambridge, explored the potential of the multiverse. With guidance from luminaries like Stephen Hawking, Carter theorized that the existence of numerous universes, each with different physical properties, might explain why our universe is capable of supporting life. Some universes might have conditions unsuitable for life, but in those where the right conditions do exist, intelligent beings like us could emerge. In the 1980s, cosmologist Andre Linde's theory of eternal inflation further solidified the concept of a multiverse. According to Linde, the rapid expansion of the universe shortly after the Big Bang could easily lead to the formation of multiple bubble universes. This would create a multiverse in which each universe has its own set of physical properties, potentially giving rise to our worlds with drastically different characteristics from our own. Another major factor influencing the development of multiverse theory was the issue of the cosmological constant, a term in Einstein's equations that accounts for the accelerating expansion of the universe. Measurements suggested that our universe is expanding at an accelerating rate, but the value needed to explain this expansion was very small. Some physicists, such as Nobel laureate Steven Weinberg, argued that our universe might be a rare outlier among many others, which could have much larger cosmological constants, thus providing a natural explanation for why our universe is so finely tuned for life. Despite its scientific grounding, the concept of the multiverse remains far removed from its pop culture representations. The universes described by physicists are not filled with exciting alternate realities populated by heroes and villains, but rather are theoretical constructs designed to solve problems in physics. A universe without stars, planets, or life might make for a rather dull cinematic experience, just as the various versions of researchers in the MWI would likely find little of interest in their alternate selves. Given the gap between popular portrayals and scientific theory, it's no wonder that some dismiss the multiverse as mere science fiction. However, keeping an open mind is essential in science, as many once dismissed ideas, such as black holes, have now become fundamental to our understanding of the universe. The multiverse might seem like a far-out concept, but it's a serious area of research that continues to evolve, offering deep insights into the nature of reality itself. That was a good explanation of what I was trying to say in the beginning there. I like how it kind of explained the whimsical part of it. I really like my abstract mind as well as the more logical side. I like to be in both minds. And the idea of jumping timelines and things like that, I think because of my own experiences recently, just with having different perspectives in my own mind and how that affects my life and how with depression and stuff, because I recently came out of some hard times and I've dealt with that a lot in my life. Yeah, it's all about that perspective shift. So I want to read the next article now. This one is The Multiverse. Evidence could be just around the corner. A century ago, we made a groundbreaking discovery that forever changed our understanding of the universe, the existence of galaxies beyond our own. A century ago, we made a groundbreaking discovery that forever changed our understanding of the universe, the existence of galaxies beyond our own. Now we may be on the verge of another monumental revelation, the potential existence of other universes beyond our own. For a long time it was widely believed that our universe was all-encompassing, containing everything that exists, has existed, or will exist in the future. However, this view may not be the whole story. There are numerous theories suggesting that other universes could exist alongside our own, each with its own unique properties and laws of physics. One possibility is that our universe could be just one branch of a vast multiverse, a collection of multiple universes that coexist in parallel. These universes might have emerged shortly after the Big Bang, or they could exist in higher dimensions, or even form when quantum events cause a transition from a state of possibility to a single actualized reality. The idea of the multiverse gained considerable traction in the scientific community in the 1980s, following the development of the theory of inflation. Inflation refers to a brief period of rapid expansion in the early universe that helped explain why the universe is so flat and homogeneous. However, it also predicts the creation of multiple independent bubble universes, each expanding at its own rate, possibly with different laws of physics. Although inflation has become a widely accepted explanation, it's not without its critics. In recent years, many cosmologists have turned to alternative models, such as cyclic universe theories. These theories propose that the universe undergoes an endless cycle of expansion and contraction. While still invoking the concept of multiple universes, these models suggest that universes exist at different points in time rather than simultaneously. Neil Turok, a physicist at the University of Edinburgh, is one of the leading proponents of the cyclic universe theory. He developed a model for this idea in 2001 as a competitor to inflation. Turok has expressed dissatisfaction with inflation because it offers few concrete predictions. It just struck me that there has to be a better explanation, he says, referring to inflation's inability to provide additional insight beyond what is already known. The cyclic universe theory has its advantages. For example, dark energy, the mysterious force driving the accelerated expansion of the universe, appears to be much weaker than predicted by inflation. One potential solution to this discrepancy is the idea that dark energy could decrease over time in a series of jumps. In 2006, Turok and his colleague Paul Steinhardt proposed combining this idea with the cyclic universe model. They suggested that as dark energy diminished, the time between each jump would lengthen, creating a universe that spent most of its existence with low dark energy, thus explaining the universe's current state. As scientists search for evidence of a multiverse, one promising area of exploration is the cosmic microwave background, CMB, the faint radiation left over from the Big Bang. Researcher Hiranya Peiris and her team at the University of Cambridge have proposed that colliding bubble universes, as predicted by inflation, would leave behind circular imprints in the CMB. In 2011, Peiris and her colleagues identified 4 patches of the sky that might reveal such signatures. Now Peiris is involved in a quantum experiment to investigate how these vacuum bubbles form and collide, which could provide valuable data to either confirm or refute the multiverse hypothesis. Similarly, Roger Penrose, a renowned mathematical physicist at the University of Oxford, has suggested that the CMB could also show evidence of cyclic universes. Penrose's hypothesis proposes that black holes from previous cycles could survive into our universe and be detectable today, providing indirect evidence of the cyclic model. Turok, however, has recently favored a new approach called the mirror universe theory. This concept proposes that time itself reversed at the Big Bang, leading to a universe that behaves oppositely to our own. Turok believes that this theory offers a simpler explanation than the cyclic model, and it could soon be tested. I don't really think that any of these explanations are that simple, but the mirror universe theory also holds potential for explaining the elusive nature of dark matter, the mysterious substance that accounts for approximately 85% of the universe's mass. According to this theory, dark matter could consist of massive neutrinos, particles that may be abundant in a mirror universe. In 2022, researchers showed that if these neutrinos exist, the lightest neutrino would have 0 mass. This prediction is currently being tested in large-scale surveys, including the upcoming Vera C. Rubin Observatory, which will begin scanning the universe in the near future. I think this article was written in 2024. So, as we reflect on Edwin Hubble's 1924 discovery that other galaxies exist beyond our Milky Way, we might be closer than ever to uncovering evidence for a completely new realm beyond our own universe. The search for other universes is not just a matter of speculation. It's a scientific endeavor that could soon yield the proof we've been waiting for. It reminds me of this documentary I saw a few years ago. I don't know if it was even relating to this stuff or if it was something else, but there was basically like 2 sets of scientists that believed one theory and another theory, and they had this big machine
It might have been a collider or something like, I don't even know what that means, but it was something that deals with like atoms, and it's just going to do all this stuff and then deliver a number. And if the number was lower, it meant that theory was correct. If it was higher, it meant the other one was correct. And the number that came back was like in the middle. So these people that had worked their whole lives on certain theories and things were kind of nervous because they're like, my whole life's work could be proved false. And then the number came back as something like, it gave them no extra information. But that was, I think, just one test. Like they had to do multiple tests over years and years. But it was this big event that everyone kind of jumped online to see the result. And it was like, oh, we still don't know. So they're like, we're so close to the proof. And sometimes we're just as far away as we always have been. Okay, on to the next article. The multiverse, a vast reality beyond our imagination. Did you see that bug, guys? Did you see that little bug? A vast reality beyond our imagination. The concept of the multiverse may be far larger than we previously conceived, based on a new interpretation of quantum mechanics that suggests every choice we make spawns multiple parallel universes, each representing different outcomes. At the core of quantum mechanics lies the wave function, a mathematical tool that is both abstract and complex. It is highly effective at explaining the behavior of subatomic particles like photons and electrons. However, the true nature of the wave function remains elusive, and for almost a century, physicists have debated how it translates from abstract mathematics to tangible physical reality. In the traditional Copenhagen interpretation, the wave function represents all possible states of an object before it is observed. The act of observation causes the wave function to collapse into one definitive state. A famous example of this is the Schrödinger's cat thought experiment, where a cat in a box is both alive and dead due to the quantum state of an atom inside the box. Once the box is opened and observed, the wave function collapses and the cat is found to be either alive or dead, with the other state ceasing to exist. However, an alternative interpretation, the many worlds theory, proposed by physicist Hugh Everett in the 1950s, offers a much more radical perspective. In this interpretation, the wave function does not collapse. Instead, each possible state that it contains exists simultaneously in separate parallel worlds. For example, when an observer opens the box and sees the cat alive, in another parallel world, an identical observer finds the cat dead. This act of observation thus creates two distinct realities, each with its own version of events unfolding. Both the Copenhagen and many worlds interpretations raise significant questions about the nature of classical behavior in the universe. As Arsalan Adil, a physicist at the University of California, Davis, points out, the early universe was formed from quantum fluctuations. But how does the classical world that we experience emerge from these quantum beginnings? Despite quantum mechanics being a well-tested theory, understanding the transition from quantum to classical remains a major challenge. Another issue that complicates these interpretations is the question of what qualifies as an observer, particularly in the context of the early universe, when there were no conscious beings to observe events. That's a good point. To bypass this challenge, Adil and his team took a less human-centered approach by focusing on systems of particles, where the behavior of each particle is determined by the energy distribution among all particles in the system. Zoe Holmes, a team member from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne, explains that by removing human perception from the equation, the universe reveals itself as a complex energy structure. With this shift in perspective, the team developed an algorithm capable of identifying valid ways to divide systems of particles into subsystems. These subsystems represent different perspectives of reality, and any subsystem that leads to classical behavior is considered a valid view of the world. This concept expands the scope of classical behavior in quantum systems, opening up new possibilities for how we understand reality. Their work introduces a new theory, which they call the many more worlds interpretation. In this framework, the branching of realities happens not only when we make everyday choices, such as deciding between coffee or tea, but also through more abstract divisions of reality. For example, instead of just splitting the universe along the lines of coffee or tea, a more intricate split might involve dividing the world between the cup in your hand and a distant galaxy, or even between the left and right arms of your body. These countless additional divisions give rise to a broader, more intricate multiverse than the one envisioned by Everett's many worlds interpretation. That's a bit crazy. That's a little bit hectic, isn't it? Just anything that's different creates a different universe. Paolo Zanardi, a researcher at the University of Southern California, comments that this new approach introduces a form of operational democratization to the concept of reality. By not restricting which subsystems are valid, the researchers have created a more inclusive view of how the universe could be divided, even if those divisions seem odd or counterintuitive. Nevertheless, the algorithm used to determine these subsystems relies on assumptions, such as the time it takes for a subsystem to become classical, meaning the model is still open to refinement. Sean Carroll, a physicist at Johns Hopkins University, recognizes the importance of this work, calling it a valuable contribution to the ongoing effort to extract classical behaviors from quantum mechanics. However, he notes that while the many more worlds theory presents an abundance of potential realms, fewer systems lead to the classical worlds necessary for the theory to hold true. This discrepancy suggests that more research is needed to refine how to define and recognize classical systems within the quantum framework. Despite these challenges, Adil and his colleagues are cautious about jumping to conclusions regarding the broader implications of their findings. While they have made significant strides, they remain agnostic about the ontological significance of their discoveries. Holmes admits that when feeling skeptical, she wonders if they are simply imagining patterns where none exist, much like seeing shapes in clouds. Yet both researchers are driven by a sense that they may be on the verge of uncovering something truly meaningful. Holmes reflects, "I think we know this is true, but we don't know if it's important." Their team continues to explore the many more worlds interpretation, acknowledging the complexity of the questions at hand. While their work raises more questions than answers, they are committed to further investigation, believing that their research could one day provide profound insights into the very nature of reality. Lots of theories, isn't there? But they all seem to have their parts that can't be explained, and I don't know if we need to. However, I would love something like that to happen in my lifetime, just something that is just the layman like myself could appreciate, because like sometimes these things I don't even understand what they're talking about. Like, no, the wave function. I don't know what that means. Okay, next article. The Allure of the Multiverse Review, exploring the science behind the phenomenon. The concept of the multiverse has captured the public's imagination like never before. With the rise of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and other blockbuster franchises, the idea that countless universes exist alongside our own and may even be accessible has become a widely accepted part of popular culture. But what makes this idea so captivating, and how grounded is the science behind it? Paul Halpern, a physics professor at St. Joseph's University in Pennsylvania, addresses these questions in his book, The Allure of the Multiverse: Extra Dimensions, Other Worlds, and Parallel Universes. He delves into the origins of the multiverse theory, explaining its gradual emergence in scientific thought, and explores the various ways in which it has been interpreted within the scientific community. Halpern also addresses and corrects several common misconceptions, notably the belief that there is a single unified theory of the multiverse. In reality, the scientific community remains divided on the multiverse's true nature, with several competing hypotheses, none of which mirror the dramatic, dimension-hopping adventures often depicted in films and TV shows. Among the major theories Halpern discusses is the many worlds interpretation, which proposes that every possible outcome of a quantum event exists in a separate parallel universe. Another theory he covers is eternal inflation, a model suggesting that the universe's expansion is ongoing in some regions, creating a vast multiverse. These ideas are not the mainstream understanding of physics, and Halpern emphasizes that they exist as a fringe within the broader landscape of established science. The concept of parallel worlds is not a modern invention. It traces its roots to ancient philosophical ideas. The Greeks, particularly the Pythagoreans, proposed that Earth orbited a central fire that obscured a hidden counter-Earth on the other side. In the 19th century, socialist Louis Auguste Blanqui introduced a more contemporary version of his work, Eternity Through the Stars, arguing that in an infinite universe, identical or near-identical Earths must inevitably exist somewhere. These early musings laid the groundwork for the more scientific versions of the multiverse that have emerged in recent times. Halpern also explains how multiverse theories have been explored as potential solutions to some of the most fundamental problems in physics. A central issue in quantum mechanics is the observer effect, the idea that a particle exists in multiple states simultaneously, represented by a wave function, until it is measured, at which point it collapses into a single state. But what qualifies as an observer remains a matter of debate. Some argue that the branching universes of the many worlds interpretation could resolve this issue by suggesting that each observer is replicated in every possible outcome, with no collapse of the wave function. Surprisingly, some of the most prominent physicists are divided on which interpretation is correct. Halpern frames this debate as part of a larger question: should science focus on the observable and verifiable, or should it also explore theories that, for now, remain hidden from direct detection? Halpern himself maintains a cautiously open-minded approach. He acknowledges the potential of the universe, but insists that any theory that posits the existence of multiple universes must offer a significant explanatory benefit to justify its acceptance, especially considering the current inability to directly detect these alternate realities. While The Allure of the Multiverse is an ambitious and thorough exploration of a mind-bending topic, its depth can occasionally overwhelm the reader. Halpern is a skilled and engaging writer, often using analogies to help explain complex concepts, but the sheer amount of detail presented in the book can be daunting for those unfamiliar with the subject. Additionally, while the title suggests a deep dive into the cultural fascination with the multiverse, the discussion is largely confined to the book's conclusion. Despite these minor shortcomings, Halpin's work is a valuable and comprehensive guide to the often perplexing world of multiverse theories. Its depth makes it a rewarding read for those interested in the complex intersections of physics and philosophy. In an era where the multiverse is frequently simplified or sensationalized, it would be beneficial for those creating future blockbusters in the genre to take note of Halpin's well-researched and thoughtful approach to the subject. Talking about physics and philosophy, I like that kind of stuff. The Allure of the Multiverse. What was his name again? Paul Halpin. Okay, so we've talked a lot about theories. I hope there's a little more to these articles than just all of the theories. This one sounds promising. The quantum experiment that could provide evidence for the multiverse. This article, I think, was from 2023. Sometimes if they're like over 10 years old, it's possibly outdated. Okay. A modest experiment at the University of Cambridge is making waves in the search for evidence of the multiverse, a concept that has fascinated physicists for decades. While the setup may appear unremarkable, with its fluorescent lighting, linoleum floors, and whiteboard full of equations, it's here that researchers are attempting to replicate the quantum processes believed to have led to the creation of not just our universe, but potentially countless others in a vast multiverse. The idea of the multiverse, that our universe could be one among many, is both compelling and deeply rooted in current cosmological theories. However, the multiverse remains speculative, as there is no direct evidence supporting its existence. This is where the work of Zoran Hadzibejic and his team comes in. By cooling and manipulating potassium atoms to ultra-low temperatures, they aim to replicate the primordial quantum bubbling that might have triggered the birth of new universes, helping to uncover potential signs of past collisions between our universe and others, collisions that could leave traces in the radiation from the Big Bang. As Matt Johnson, a theoretical physicist at the Perimeter Institute in Canada, notes, the ultimate hope is that these experiments might provide concrete evidence visible in the sky, confirming the existence of multiverse collisions. The concept of the multiverse under investigation here is known as the inflationary multiverse, a theory distinct from the quantum multiverse proposed by the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. The many worlds theory suggests that every time a quantum event occurs, all possible outcomes are realized in parallel universes. In contrast, the inflationary multiverse theory, which emerged in the 1980s, posits that the universe underwent a rapid expansion phase called inflation just after the Big Bang. This inflation is believed to have happened not just once, but repeatedly in different regions of space-time, creating multiple bubble universes. These bubbles would rapidly expand, pushing one universe away from another. But if they were close enough, they could have collided before being fully separated. Such collisions could, in theory, leave detectable scars in our universe, marks or imprints that cosmologists are eager to find. But how do you go about searching for them? One avenue of exploration involves studying the cosmic microwave background, CMB, the afterglow of the Big Bang. In 2011, Matt Johnson and Hiranya Piris, along with their colleagues, proposed that these bubble universe collisions could leave distinctive circular marks in the CMB. After applying an algorithm to previous CMB images, they found areas of the sky that seemed to match these predicted collision signatures. While this discovery was exciting, it was not definitive proof. Pyrrhus admits that the uncertainties surrounding the rate at which new universes form and collide were too broad to provide conclusive evidence. A more precise understanding of the process that drives universe formation is needed, and this is where Hadzi-Babik's experiment comes in. To understand how Hadzi-Babik's work might help, it's essential to first understand the quantum mechanics behind universe formation. In quantum theory, the lowest possible energy state for space-time is called a vacuum. However, if space-time is constantly inflating, it cannot be in a true vacuum. Instead, there must be some energy driving the expansion, leading to a concept known as false vacuum decay. In quantum field theory, false vacuums are metastable, meaning they are not truly stable and could tunnel into a lower energy state, similar to a marble rolling from one valley to another without crossing the hill between them. This process, known as false vacuum decay, could help explain how our universe, and potentially others, came into being. Observing these quantum processes directly in our universe is difficult, but theorists have found a way to simulate this phenomena in the lab. In 2017, physicists in New Zealand and Australia demonstrated that the equations describing false vacuum decay in cosmology are similar to those that govern phase transitions in Bose-Einstein condensates, BECs, a state of matter created by cooling atoms to near absolute zero. The study suggested that by creating and observing these condensates, scientists could simulate the creation of bubbles analogous to those that could form new universes. Initially skeptical about the feasibility of creating an experiment to simulate cosmological false vacuum decay, Hadzi-Babik eventually saw the potential after further exploration of the math. The experimental setup would involve cooling potassium atoms to create a condensate and placing it in a metastable state, mimicking the false vacuum. Following? From there, the atoms would undergo quantum tunneling to reach a true vacuum state, creating bubbles in the process. This would provide a lab-based analogue of the early universe. The first stage of the experiment, which has already been successful, involves cooling the atoms to temperatures colder than anything naturally occurring in the universe, turning them into a single quantum entity. Next, the condensate will be set in a metastable state, and the team will wait for the atoms to tunnel into a true vacuum state, forming bubbles as they do. This process will repeat itself multiple times as the condensate is destroyed and recreated. However, proving that these bubbles are truly analogous to the early universe is a challenging task, says Johnson. Extensive testing and comparisons with theoretical models will be necessary to ensure the experiment is valid. If the results match, it could provide a new way to look for evidence of multiverse collisions. While the experiment is still in its early stages, there is considerable optimism. An earlier one-dimensional version of the experiment conducted by Gabriele Ferrari and his team saw bubbles form in a thin gas setup. Although thermal fluctuations were a concern, these results were consistent with the theoretical models of false vacuum decay. This provides hope that Hadzi-Babik's two-dimensional uniform setup could yield more accurate results. The potential impact of these experiments is significant. If successful, they could help physicists refine our understanding of multiverse collisions, possibly offering new insights into unexplained patches of the CMB. Additionally, the experiment might provide evidence of gravitational waves generated by colliding universes, something that could be detected with advanced gravitational wave observatories. Even if no direct evidence of multiverse collisions is found, the experiment will still offer valuable insights into the early moments of our own universe. By testing and refining the theory of phase transitions that govern the birth of universes, it could help clarify the mysteries of our universe's origins. As the team moves forward with their experiment, the quest for evidence of the multiverse remains one of the most thrilling challenges in modern physics, and the results could reshape our understanding of the cosmos in ways we can only begin to imagine. Okay. Next article. Strange circular patterns in the sky could point to a universe before ours. Unusual swirling patterns in the sky might be evidence of black holes that survived the end of a universe that preceded our own. Roger Penrose, a mathematical physicist from the University of Oxford, and his team proposed that these patterns could be remnants from black holes that evaporated in a previous eon before our Big Bang. Penrose, co-author of the theory known as conformal cyclic cosmology, CCC, believes that the universe doesn't have a singular origin, but rather undergoes infinite cycles of expansion and contraction, where each eon gives birth to a new universe. Okay, so an eon is 1 billion years, apparently. Although actually it says Roger Penrose uses the word eon to describe the period between successive and cyclic Big Bangs. This cyclical model could allow electromagnetic radiation to travel seamlessly from one eon to another, potentially leaving behind traces that could still be detected today. One such trace, Penrose suggests, can be found in the cosmic microwave background. The team has named these marks in the sky Hawking points, in honor of the late Stephen Hawking, who theorized that black holes emit a faint form of radiation. Known as Hawking radiation, this emission should gradually shrink and eventually cause black holes to evaporate completely. Penrose speculates that remnants of this radiation from a past universe could still be visible in the CMB, providing evidence for Hawking's prediction. I think he would have been thrilled to see this effect he predicted showing up in the data, says Penrose. The BICEP 2 telescope, located in the South Pole, played a pivotal role in uncovering these potential remnants. In 2014, BICEP 2 observed distinct swirls of polarized light in the CMB, which were initially attributed to gravitational waves, ripples in space-time caused by rapid expansion of the universe after the Big Bang, known as inflation. However, subsequent data from the Planck satellite suggested that the swirls might have been caused by interstellar dust. Despite this, Penrose and his colleagues offer an alternative interpretation. They identified a specific area in the BICEP 2 map that featured a ring of polarized light, indicating a sharp temperature contrast between the inner and outer regions. Penrose believes these patterns could be the result of magnetic fields around black holes from a previous universe, which would have emitted Hawking radiation. According to CCC, when a black hole evaporates, the energy from that process would compress into a singularity, and as the universe contracts before the next cycle of expansion, this energy could carry over into the new eon. Penrose suggests that while the CMB measurements only go back to about 380,000 years after the Big Bang, the rings surrounding these anomalies might be remnants from these past events. The team identified about 20 potential areas in the BICEP 2 maps where these unusual temperature increases occurred. While they're confident that at least one of these spots corresponds to a Hawking point, Penrose's simulations suggest that 4 or 5 more could be worth investigating. However, not all scientists are convinced by these bold claims. Olivier Dorr, a scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, acknowledges that Penrose's cosmological model predicts intriguing signatures, but he stresses that further evidence is needed. I'm fascinated by the specific predictions their model makes, but I would love to see more details before I could accept their conclusions, he says. Brian Keating, a member of the BICEP2 team at the University of California, San Diego, also expressed skepticism, pointing out that the observed B-mode signals could easily be explained by the bending of light from massive objects like galaxies rather than black hole remnants. Our interpretation differs from theirs, says Keating. The photons we detect don't come with labels saying whether they originated from a black hole or dust. Another significant obstacle is the fact that the BICEP2 team has yet to release the raw data from their observations. This means that Penrose and his team are working with processed images where each pixel represents averaged data from a large portion of the sky. This averaging makes it difficult to draw conclusions about a single point, according to Keating. In an effort to ensure their findings weren't merely the result of a data anomaly, Penrose and his team compared the BICEP2 results with data from the Planck Space Telescope. They also ran 4,000 simulations of cosmic evolution to test if these anomalies could emerge by chance. The results suggested that the unusual points were likely not random, but instead might be the result of a physical phenomenon. Daniel Ann, a colleague of Penrose's at SUNY Maritime College, agrees with this conclusion. He suggests that because the observed signals align with predictions made by CCC, the theory may have merit. It's possible that these signals are a real effect of the theory, he says. Though there's still considerable debate surrounding Penrose's interpretation, these Hawking points offer an intriguing glimpse into the possibilities of what might have happened before our universe began. If further research supports this hypothesis, it could change our understanding of the cosmos, potentially offering evidence of a multiverse that stretches far beyond our own universe's origins. And coming up to the last article, I think it is, as usual, like I do with these ones, there's a top 10 multiverse movies recommended by a physicist. Some of them are similar to some of the other movies they've spoken about, especially in the video about time. But I think they kind of cross over each other. The first one they recommend is It's a Wonderful Life from 1946. At first glance, this holiday classic may seem overly sentimental, but underneath the surface, it poses deep questions about existence and the consequences of our lives. The film imagines what the world would look like if one individual, George Bailey, had never been born. In the realm of theoretical physics, this concept resonates with the anthropic principle, which suggests that only those realities that support conscious observers come into being. While we don't have a guardian angel to show us the alternate outcomes of our existence, we can appreciate George's journey to understanding the fragile nature of life on Earth, underscoring the importance of our presence in the cosmos. That's a real classic, that one. I think It's a Wonderful Life. I know I've heard that title before. I didn't know it had to do with the multiverse, though. And of course, Back to the Future. A timeless tale of time travel, Back to the Future explores the impact of altering the past. Through the use of a time-traveling DeLorean, Marty McFly changes his parents' past, nearly erasing his own existence. The movie brings to light the complexities of time travel and the potential paradoxes, such as the famous grandfather paradox, which suggests that changing events in the past might make the time traveler's existence impossible. Marty's journey creates an alternate timeline where his parents are transformed into more cool versions of themselves, suggesting that multiverse theories could offer a solution to such paradoxes and provide a glimmer of hope for those seeking change. Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day presents a unique take on the multiverse by offering its protagonist, Phil Connors, an infinite loop of the same day. As Phil repeats the same day over and over again, he begins to change, growing into a better person through introspection and self-improvement. This concept mirrors ideas in quantum physics, where reality is seen as a blending of multiple possible outcomes, much like how the subatomic world operates. Additionally, the theme of reincarnation found in Eastern philosophies parallels Phil's repeated cycles, culminating in his personal growth and eventual love. It's a humorous yet profound exploration of second chances in life. And 12 Monkeys, inspired by the French short film La Jetée, maybe? 12 Monkeys explores the notion of time travel and the fluidity of reality. The protagonist, James Cole, travels from a dystopian future to the past in an attempt to stop a deadly pandemic. However, his efforts seem futile as the timeline remains stubbornly resistant to change. As the movie unfolds, we realize that the narrative itself is tangled, with hints of alternate timelines and possible realities. The film explores the paradox of fate versus free will and offers a glimpse into how multiple timelines could intersect in unpredictable ways. I still haven't seen that movie. And Sliding Doors. This explores the what-ifs of life through the multiverse concept, where two versions of the protagonist, Helen, experience different outcomes based on whether she catches or misses a train. In one version, she's oblivious to her boyfriend's infidelity, while in the other, she confronts it and meets a new romantic partner. The film masterfully illustrates how small decisions can create divergent paths in life, and how both strands of reality intersect at a crucial point, showing that even our smallest actions can lead to profound changes. Next one is Run, Lola, Run. This inventive German film amplifies the multiverse concept by offering 3 versions of the same story, where Lola has 3 different opportunities to save her boyfriend. Sorry, itchy. Each attempt is a race against time, and the film demonstrates how slight variations in decisions, like a chance encounter or a missed step, can dramatically alter the course of events. Echoing the butterfly effect, where small changes can lead to vastly different outcomes, Run, Lola, Run showcases the chaos theory and the multiverse idea in a gripping, fast-paced narrative. The next one they recommend is The Matrix. This taps into the idea of a simulated reality, where humanity unknowingly lives in a world constructed by a powerful artificial intelligence. This concept of simulation theory suggests that our observable universe might not be the real one, but rather a sophisticated illusion. The film raises questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and free will, central themes in both science fiction and modern physics. The possibility of a multiverse in which simulations and alternate realities exist adds a rich layer to the film's philosophical exploration of what it means to be alive. We love The Matrix. And Donnie Darko. In Donnie Darko, the concept of wormholes, hypothetical shortcuts through space and time, plays a central role. Donnie, the troubled teenager at the heart of the story, discovers that his actions can alter the fabric of reality itself, potentially saving the world from an impending apocalypse. The film blends elements of time travel, parallel universes, and existential dilemmas, offering a haunting meditation on fate, choice, and destiny. The idea that reality can be altered through the manipulation of time and space mirrors real theoretical concepts in physics and the possibility of traversing different dimensions. Yeah, I love that one too. Next one, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, 2018. This movie brings the multiverse to the forefront of modern pop culture as it presents a universe where multiple versions of Spider-Man exist. The protagonist, Miles Morales, teams up with Spider-Man from another dimension to stop a villain, showcasing how different iterations of a single character can coexist across alternate realities. The film's visually stunning animation and emotional depth highlight how the multiverse concept can be both a fun and thought-provoking exploration of identity, purpose, and the interconnectedness of all realities. And the last one they recommend, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Perhaps the most well-known multiverse film in recent years, Everything Everywhere All at Once takes the concept to new heights, blending absurdity, action, and emotion. The film follows Evelyn Kwan Wang, a woman who is thrust into a multiverse of infinite possibilities. As she navigates various timelines and versions of herself, she must confront a threat posed by her nihilistic daughter from another reality. The movie touches on themes of family, self-discovery, and the complexities of existence, all while offering a chaotic yet heartwarming journey through a vast and infinite multiverse. It's a celebration of the endless potential of alternate realities, showcasing how they can coexist and shape our understanding of life itself. So that's it, guys. That's the end of the video. And thank you for tuning in. I hope you liked this one. I did. Feels like I'm starting to understand these concepts and theories a little better now, since I feel like we've rehashed them now a few times. Yeah, do you think that went deep enough? Is there more to explore with the multiverse? I hope so. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there, guys. Thanks a lot for tuning in. I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. I have kind of a fun one today. I'm going to be reading a Wikipedia page about Bohemian Grove. I would like to give you a short rundown of what it is, but I'm about to read. Well, you're about to find out. So getting right into it. The Bohemian Grove is a restricted 2,700-acre campground in Monte Rio, California. Founded in 1878, it belongs to a private gentlemen's club known as the Bohemian Club. In mid-July each year, the Bohemian Grove hosts a more than 2-week encampment of some of the most prominent men in the world. This image is 1967. That looks like Nixon. Yeah, Ronald Reagan, Harvey Hancock standing, Richard Nixon, and some other people. There's the coordinates if you need them. Annual attendance about 2,500. Okay, let's go back to the history. The tradition of a summer encampment was established 6 years after the Bohemian Club was formed in 1872. Henry Harry Edwards, a stage actor and founding member, announced that he was relocating to New York City to further his career. On June 29, 1878, somewhat fewer than 100 Bohemians gathered in the Redwoods in Marin County near Taylorville, present-day Samuel P. Taylor State Park, for an evening send-off party in Edwards' honor. Freely flowing liquor and some Japanese lanterns put a glow on the festivities, and club members retired at a late hour to the modest comfort of blankets laid on the dense mat of redwood needles. This festive gathering was repeated the next year without Edwards and became the club's yearly encampment. By 1982, the members of the club camped together at various locations in both Marin and Sonoma counties, including the present-day Muir Woods and a redwood grove that once stood near Duncan's Mills, several miles down the Russian River from the current location. From 1893, Bohemians rented the current location, and in 1899 purchased it from Melvin Cyrus Meeker, who had developed a successful logging operation in the area. Gradually over the next decades, members of the club purchased land surrounding the original location, expanding it to the perimeter of the basin in which it resides. Writer and journalist William Henry Irwin said of the grove, "You come upon it suddenly. One step and its glory is over you. There is no perspective. You cannot get far enough away from one of the trees to see it as a whole. There they stand, a world of height above you, their pinnacles hidden by their topmost fringes of branches or lost in the sky." Not long after the club's establishment by newspaper journalists, it was commandeered by prominent San Francisco-based businessmen who provided the financial resources necessary to acquire further land and facilities at the Grove. However, they still retained the Bohemians, the artists and musicians, who continued to entertain international members and guests. The Grove is particularly famous for a Manhattan Project planning meeting. Manhattan Project. What is that again? The Manhattan Project was a research and development program undertaken during World War II to produce the first nuclear weapons. It was led by the US in collaboration with the UK and Canada. Top secret. Yeah, so Manhattan is particularly famous for a Manhattan Project planning meeting that took place there in September 1942, which subsequently led to the atomic bomb. Those attending this meeting included Ernest Lawrence, J. Robert Oppenheimer, the S1 executive committee heads, such as the presidents of Harvard, Yale, and Princeton, along with representatives of Standard Oil and General Electric, as well as various military officials. At the time, Oppenheimer was not an S1 member, although Lawrence and Oppenheimer hosted the meeting. Grove members take particular pride in this event and often relate the story to new attendees. Former US President Herbert Hoover was inducted into the Old Guard on March 4th, 1953. He had joined the club exactly 40 years prior, which is the requirement for the status. 40 years. Redwood branches from the Grove were flown to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City, where they were used to decorate a banquet room for the celebration. In his acceptance speech, Hoover compared the honor of the Old Guard status to his frequent role as veteran counselor to later presidents. Other behavior at the campground has led to numerous claims and even some parody in popular culture. One example was President Richard Nixon's comments from a May 13, 1971 tape recording talking about the upper-class San Franciscans. He said, "The Bohemian Grove, which I attend from time to time, is the most," I probably shouldn't say that word, F-word, like the homophobic slur, goddamned thing you could ever imagine, with that San Francisco crowd. In 2019, the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors informed the club that after that year, the county would no longer provide law enforcement security.
Despite the high levels of security always present, there have been numerous high-profile successful infiltrations of the Bohemian Grove. Some examples. In the summer of 1980, Rich Kloger gained entrance to the Grove with the help of an employee and posed as a worker during 2 weekends of the annual encampment. His efforts, the first magazine reporting from inside the Grove, were published in August 1981 issue of Mother Jones. Around the same time, ABC Evening News aired a special report on the Bohemian Grove. How crazy would that be? To sneak in there and be hanging around all those people. You probably recognize all of them. There's another example. In the summer of 1989, Spy magazine writer Philip Weiss spent 7 days in the camp posing as a guest, which led to his November 1989 article, Inside the Bohemian Grove. He was eventually discovered and arrested for trespassing. Oops. And then one of the most notable, I would say, examples, on July 15, 2000, Alex Jones and his cameraman Mike Hansen clandestinely entered the Bohemian Grove and shot footage of the cremation of care ceremony. Jones claimed it was a ritual sacrifice. From this footage, documentary filmmaker John Ronson produced the episode The Satanic Shadowy Elite, in which he characterizes the proceedings as an overgrown frat party, while Jones produced Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove, describing what he said were satanic rituals. Another example, on January 19, 2002, 37-year-old Richard McCaslin was arrested after his nighttime infiltration of the Bohemian Grove, where he set several fires. He was heavily armed and wearing a skull mask and outfit with Phantom Patriot written across the chest. Membership and operation. The Bohemian Club is a private club. Only active members and their guests may visit. Guests have been known to include politicians and notable figures from other countries. Particularly during the midsummer encampment, the number of guests is strictly limited due to the small size of the facilities. The Bohemian Club's all-male membership includes artists and musicians, as well as many prominent business leaders, government officials, former US presidents, senior media executives, and people of power. Members may invite guests to the Grove. Guests may be invited to the Grove for either the Spring Jinx in June or the main July encampment. That's got to be the good one though, the July encampment. Bohemian Club members can schedule private day use events at the Grove anytime it's not being used for club-wide purposes, and they're allowed at these times to bring spouses, family, and friends, although female and minor guests must be off the property by 9 or 10 p.m. After 40 years of membership, the men earn Old Guard status, giving them reserved seating at the Grove's daily talks, as well as other perks. The club motto is "Weaving spiders come not here," which implies that outside concerns and business deals, networking, are to be left outside. When gathered in groups, Bohemians usually adhere to the injunction, although discussion of business often occurs between pairs of members. Important political and business deals have been developed at the Grove. Yeah. Here's some visuals. It's quite pretty. Bohemian tent in the 1900s.
What are you up to? The main encampment area consists of 160 acres of old-growth redwood trees over 1,000 years old, some over 300 feet tall. That would be so beautiful. Sleeping quarters, or camps, are also scattered throughout the grove. There were 118 as of 2007. These camps, which are frequently patrilineal, are the principal means through which high-level business and political contacts and friendships are formed. The preeminent camps are Hillbillies, Mandalay, Caveman, Stowaway, Uplifters, Owl's Nest, Hideaway, Isle of Apes, Lost Angels, Silverado Squatters, Sempervirens, Hillside, Idlewild. I wonder how they choose, like who gets into which camp. There's another aerial view of it. Oh, can you imagine how beautiful it would be around those trees? I would love that. I've been to California a lot, but I have not explored enough there. Okay. The Grove features the following gathering places: Grove Stage, an amphitheatre with seating for 2,000, used primarily for the Grove play production on the last weekend of the Midsummer Encampment. The stage extends up the hillside. The Field Circle, a bowl-shaped amphitheatre used for the mid-encampment Low Jinks musical comedy, for Spring Jinks in early June, and for a variety of other performances. Campfire Circle has a campfire pit in the center of the circle, surrounded by carved redwood log benches, used for smaller performances in a more intimate setting. The Museum Stage, a semi-outdoor venue with a covered stage, lectures and small ensemble performances. The Dining Circle, seating approximately 1,500 diners simultaneously. The Clubhouse, designed by Bernard Maybeck in 1903, completed in 1904 on a bluff overlooking the Russian River. A multi-purpose dining, drinking and entertainment building, the site of the Manhattan Project planning meeting held in 1942. And the Owl Shrine and the Lake, an artificial lake in the interior of the Grove, used for the noontime concerts and also the venue of the Cremation of Care, which takes place on the first Saturday of the encampment. It's also the location of the 12:30 p.m. daily lakeside talks. These significant informal talks, many on public policy issues, have been given over the years by entertainers, professors, astronauts, business leaders, cabinet officers, CIA directors, future presidents, and former presidents. Camp valets. Camp valets are responsible for the operation of the individual camps. The head valets are akin to general managers at a resort, club, restaurant, or hotel. Service staff include female workers whose presence at the Grove is limited to daylight hours, and central areas close to the main gate. Male workers may be housed at the Grove within the boundaries of the camp to which they are assigned, or in peripheral service areas. High-status workers stay in small private quarters, but most are housed in rustic bunkhouses. Security is the side entrance to the Grove. The Bohemian Grove is protected by a sophisticated security team year-round. The Bohemian Club employs ex-military personnel to help secure the area. They use high-end security equipment, including thermal night vision cameras,
motion detectors, and vibration sensing alarm systems. The level of security is particularly heightened during the time periods that members are on site. During these times, the local sheriff's office, California Highway Patrol, and if warranted by the guest list, the United States Secret Service, help to secure the areas and roads surrounding the encampment. Women. Although no woman has ever been given full membership in the Bohemian Club, the 4 female honorary members were hostess Margaret Bowman, poet Ina Coolbrith, who served as librarian for the club, actress Elizabeth Crocker Bowers, and writer Sarah Jane Lippincott. Since Coolbrith's death in 1928, no other woman has been made a member. These honorary members and other female guests have been allowed into the Bohemian City Club building and as daytime guests of the Grove, but not to the upper floors of the City Club, nor as guests to the main summer encampment at the Grove. Annual ladies' jinks were held at the club especially for spouses and invited guests. In 2019, Sonoma County Board of Supervisors member Linda Hopkins, who was elected to the district encompassing the Grove, wrote an open letter criticizing the role the Bohemian Club had in making it difficult for women to get into politics, their lack of investment in the community despite members' personal wealth, and the anachronistic and hegemonic attitudes she felt described the Grove. Traditions, rituals, and symbols. The club's patron saint is John of Nipamuk, who, according to legend, died at the hands of a Bohemian monarch rather than disclose the confessional secrets of the Queen. A large wood carving of St. John in cleric robes with his index finger over his lips stands at the shore of the lake in the Grove, symbolizing the secrecy kept by the Grove's attendees throughout its long history. Since the founding of the club, the Bohemian Grove's mascot has been an owl, symbolizing wisdom. A 30-foot or 9-meter hollow owl statue made of concrete over steel supports stands at the head of the lake in the Grove. This statue was designed by sculptor and 2-time club president Haig Padigan. It was constructed in the late 1920s. Since 1929, the owl shrine has served as the backdrop of the yearly cremation of care ceremony. So this looks like an image. It's kind of creepy. This is the cremation of care play at one of the stages. Who are these people that perform in the plays? A dress rehearsal for the 1909 Grove play, St. Patrick at Tara. Okay, so that's not the cremation of care play. The cremation of care ceremony is a theatrical production in which some of the club's members participate as actors. It was first conducted in 1881. The production was devised by James F. Bowman, with George T. Bromley playing the high priest. It was originally set up within the plot of the series High Jinks dramatic performance on the first weekend of the summer encampment, after which the spirit of care, slain by the Jinks hero, was solemnly cremated. The ceremony served as a catharsis for pent-up high spirits and to present symbolically the salvation of the trees by the club. The cremation of care was separated from the other Grove plays in 1913 and moved to the first night to become an exorcising of the demon to ensure the success of the ensuing 2 weeks. The Grove play was moved to the last weekend of the encampment. The ceremony takes place in front of the Owl Shrine. The moss and lichen-covered statue simulates a natural rock formation, yet holds electrical and audio equipment within it. For many years, a recording of the voice of club member Walter Cronkite was used as the voice of the owl during the ceremony. The Grove Play. Each year, a Grove play is performed for one night during the final weekend of the summer encampment. The play is a large-scale musical theatrical production written and composed by club members, involving some 300 people, including chorus, cast, stage crew, and orchestra. That's pretty hectic. The first Grove play was performed in 1902 for 3 years during World War II. Between 1943 and 45, the stage was dark. In 1975, an observer estimated that the Grove play cost between $20,000 and $30,000, an amount that would be as high as $175,000 in today's dollars. Wow. Oh, here's the Owl Shrine. Is that it there, is it? It's probably not the best image of it. Doesn't really look like much. It all just looks kind of beautiful because of the nature of it. It's way more creepy. Look at those trees. Court cases. Women's employment. In 1978, the Bohemian Club was charged with discrimination by the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing over its refusal to hire female employees. In January 1981, an administrative law judge issued a decision supporting the practices of the club, noting that club members of the Grove urinate in the open without even the use of rudimentary toilet facilities, and that the presence of females would alter club members' behavior. However, the judge's decision was overruled by the State Fair Employment and Housing Commission, which on October 17, 1981, ordered the club to begin recruiting and hiring women as employees. The Bohemian Club then filed a petition in California Superior Court, which ruled in favor of the club, finding the male gender to be a bona fide occupational qualification. It was revealed that the trial judge had previously participated in club activities, yet the request that he be disqualified was denied. The Fair Employment and Housing Commission appealed to the California Court of Appeal, which reversed the lower court's decision, holding that the Bohemian Club's private status did not shield it from the same rules which govern all California employers. The Supreme Court of California denied review in 1987, effectively forcing the club to begin hiring female workers during the summer encampment at the Grove in Monterey. This ruling became quoted as a legal precedent and was discussed during the 1995-96 floor debate surrounding the California Senate Bill SB 2110, a proposed law concerning whether tax-exempt organizations, including fraternal clubs, should be exempt from the Unruh Civil Rights Act. Logging. Outside the central camp area, which is the site of the old Grove, but within the 2,700 acres owned by the Bohemian Club, logging activities have been underway since 1984. Approximately 11 million board feet of lumber equivalents were removed from the surrounding redwood and Douglas fir forest from 1984 to 2007. The club's forester, Edward Tunheim, resigned his post in 2006 over club pressure to increase logging. Tunheim was concerned that excessive logging would encourage more brushy undergrowth and thus increase the fire danger. In 2007, the Bohemian Club Board filed an application for a non-industrial logging permit available to landowners with less than 2,500 acres of timberland, which would allow them to steadily increase their logging in the second growth stands from 800,000 board feet per year to 1.7 million board feet over the course of the 50-year permit. I have no idea what any of this means. The board has been advised by Tom Bonnickson, a retired forestry professor, that they should conduct group selection logging to reduce the risk of fire burning through the dense second growth stands, damaging the old growth forest the club wants to protect. The club stated that an expansion of logging activities was needed to prevent fires, and that money made from the sale of the lumber would be used to stabilize access roads and to clear fire promoting species such as tan oaks and underbrush. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife instead recommended single tree logging to preserve the habitats of murrelets and spotted owls in senescent trees. Philip Rundle, a University of California, Berkeley professor of biology, said that redwoods are not very flammable, and this is clearly a logging project, not a project to reduce fire hazard. Reed F. Noss, a professor at the University of California, Davis, has written that fires within redwood forests do not need to be prevented, that young redwoods are adapted to regenerate well in the destruction left behind the fires typical of the climate. After controversy raised by opponents of the harvesting plan, the club moved to establish their qualification for the permit by offering 163 acres to the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation in Missoula, Montana, for a conservation easement. A further 57 acres were written off as not being available for commercial logging, bringing the total to 2,316 acres and thereby qualifying for the permit. Opponents and their lawyers interpreted the relevant law as counting old timberland and not just the portion subject to the logging permit. They stated that if the total of timberland is counted, 2,535 acres are owned by the club, so the permit should not be granted. On March 10, 2011, Judge Renee A. Choteau rejected the non-industrial timber management plan that the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection had approved. The suit, brought by the Sierra Club and the Bohemian Redwood Rescue Club, sought to have the NTMP annulled. The ruling called on the Bohemian Club to draft a new NTM plan, NTMP, offering alternatives to its proposed rate of logging. At present, the Bohemian Club is not allowed to log any of its property. And the last little bit here is wage theft. In June 2023, a group of former workers sued Bohemian Grove alleging wage theft and unfair labor practices. The club was dismissed from the lawsuit in January 24 after a judge ruled it did not fit the legal definition of an employer. In May 2024, another lawsuit was filed. Well, that's the end of this Wikipedia article. Was that juicy enough, do you think? It's Wikipedia, and this is on YouTube, so it can't be too crazy, can it? But yeah, it's just kind of fun. It's just some light entertainment. So yeah, let me know any of your thoughts in the comments, guys, and I will see you next time. Thanks for tuning in. Bye. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. I've got a fun one for you today. This is about real life glitch stories. This was recommended by Dystopia. Put in a request. You did ask me to try not to read ones that were too creepy. I totally understand. I love horror, but I know it's not for everyone. So I'm hoping that I don't pick the scary ones, but if I do, maybe you can hit me up after, and you might even be able to send me some examples, because I would be totally down to do a video again like this one. So thank you so much for requesting this. It was really fun for me to read through it as well. So I might even just try to screen record just in case you guys like to read along while I'm doing it. Okay, let's get right into it. This is from they might all be from I don't know what that sound is, but it's constant, so hopefully it's not too distracting. But this is from the Glitch in the Matrix Reddit pages. So we'll start with this one. It's called I Think I Called Myself. I've been reading the stories on this subreddit and have enjoyed them, so I thought I would share my own weird story with you guys. It happened in early 2000 when I was working at a juvenile detention center in a small town in Oklahoma as a corrections officer. I was working nights at the time and went to work at 9 p.m. This one night when I arrived for work, my supervisor looked confused and asked me what I was doing there. I said, I work tonight. And he said, but they said you called in a few hours ago saying that you were sick. I was a bit confused and said, it must have been someone else and they got the message wrong. After everyone else showed up for work that night, it was a bit more weird, but we carried on as usual and assigned everyone their places for the night. I went to work in the control room where I usually work. The control room is the center of the prison that has direct control over the cameras, doors, phones, and everything. After I relieved the guard on duty and settled in for the night, I looked at the message that said I called in. It said that I had called at 6:50 and said that I had gotten sick while out cleaning up after the storm. There had been a storm the night before and it was a bit bad, but not anything that I had to go out to clean up. It was truly weird. The supervisor came into the control about that time. He was also a friend of mine outside work, and we started talking about it and how odd it was. I decided to call my wife at home and tell her about it while he was still sitting there. I picked up the phone and dialed. After 2 rings, a man picked up the phone with a raspy voice, said, "Hello?" I did not know what to say for a few seconds. I looked at the phone to make sure I dialed the right number, and I had. After a few seconds, the person said hello, again in the same raspy voice. I said, "Hello, who is this?" "This is Taylor, who is this?" the person said. My head started spinning because my name is Taylor also. I said in almost a scream, "Where is Anne?" He said, "Anne's in bed, who is this?" I dropped the phone and told my supervisor to ring me out. I had to get home, and I took off towards the door. I could hear Dave pick up the phone behind me and say, "Hello?" followed soon after by, "What the fuck?" rather loudly. I ran to my car and drove home faster than what was legal, my mind racing the entire time. I busted through the door and my wife was sitting watching TV and was shocked at me being home. I asked her who was there and she said no one's been here. After a rather long talk with my wife, I went to call the prison to tell them what was going on.
phone was dead. I went back to work, and when I came in, Dave was acting weird and asked me, "How the hell are you doing this?" He told me that when I left, he picked up the phone and the person on the other end sounded like me. He kind of freaked out and hung up the phone. A minute later, as he could see my car leaving the parking lot, I had called back from home and asked what the fuck was going on. He said that I was a bit irate and said I was sick and did not feel like playing these games, and was telling him to stop prank calling me, and hung up. After convincing him I had no idea what was going on, we went back to work. Later, I find out that the phone line for my area had been knocked down the night before by the storm. This is absolutely the strangest thing that has ever happened to me. What a cool story. Like, it's just weird enough to be a glitch story, but it is also not that weird, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a phone, I don't know. Like, the situation is not that weird, it's just a phone call. Just reading through the comments. Someone says, "This is one of the most fascinating ones I've read." It was 12 years ago, actually. My nipples are rock hard, man. Really trippy. This is definitely one of the best. Someone is trying to explain. I feel like this is getting into multiverse territory. He said, "I think I may have an idea on what happened. There was a storm and his phone got cut. In one reality, the guy found out about his phone being out and went out to fix it, and in the other, he doesn't find out and nothing else has been damaged by the storm that needs fixing, so he doesn't go outside. The version of him that went outside gets sick and calls into work. Because the non-sick version of him didn't step outside to fix his phone, it can't be connected to the phone at his workplace. So the phone network settles for the next best thing, connecting to the phone in the alternate reality where the phone works and OP is sick. The storm might have something to do with that too. Also, his wife must have gotten sick too in the other reality, as she is in bed in the sick reality, but not in this one. And the weirdness ensues." Yeah. I feel like I could just go through all the comments and that would be enough, but I want to move on to another one. Okay, this one is from 11 years ago. It's called "My Nephew Wasn't There" and a Miniature Man. I'm that friend who always has something strange happening to or around them. Unexplained noises, the feeling of being followed, etc. My whole family seems to be very sensitive to witnessing or noticing unexplained mysteries. But unlike most of the other stories, these two experiences don't seem to be paranormal at all. Out of everything that's happened to me, these are the most significant glitches so far. About 5 years ago, when I was around 15 years old, my entire family lived in one home for a brief period of time. My mum, dad, sister, half-sister, and her 4 children. My dad was at work, and my mum and sister were in the kitchen. Around midday, half-sister took her kids outside to walk to the park down the street. As usual, one of us in the house would go to lock the door behind whoever left. So I heard my sister yell, "Bye, be back later." And I got up after a few moments to lock the door. On my way there, I glanced into the living room. My 3-year-old nephew was sitting on the floor playing with toy cars, facing away from me. Everything seemed to fall silent for about 5 seconds, like I could literally hear a ringing in my ears because of the lack of sound, and then return to normal. I sighed and turned to lock the door, opening my mouth to yell for my mum. I was about to complain to her about being left to babysit without first being asked if I was busy. As I turned back around from the door, my nephew was no longer there. His toy cars remained in the exact spots they were in before, as if his body had just been teleported away. I immediately felt odd and ran to the window, where I saw my sister and all 4 of the children on the sidewalk, including my 3-year-old nephew. Originally, I might have dismissed this as my mind playing tricks on me, but I stood and looked at him sitting there for several seconds. It wasn't a quick glance, and then me turning around. I glanced, did a double take, and stared for a while before turning to lock the door. And before anyone asks, there wasn't any way for him to get out onto the sidewalk besides the front door. We lived in an apartment on the 2nd floor, and if I'm standing in the doorway, how would he have gotten past me? I still have no explanation to this day. Yeah, see, I like that too. It's just weird enough to be like, what the hell? And I have another story too. The second story happened a year or 2 prior to the above. It was about 7 p.m. and my mum, dad, sister and I were just getting home from shopping and eating out. It's sort of hard to explain, but having 2 cars, the only other available parking spot for our building was next to the dumpster enclosure. There were 2 dumpsters inside of 2 6-foot-tall concrete walls, with metal doors on both sides. There were clasps at the top of the door, but they were rarely used, as the doors were heavy enough to stay shut on their own. Next to the dumpsters are 2 parking spots, with grass beyond that, and a metal fence which separated the apartment complex with the neighbouring field of dense orange groves. The metal fence was torn up from the ground at the bottom, allowing mischievous teenagers and or dogs to crawl underneath and through to the other side. So anyway, we were parked next to the dumpster, and my sister and I got out of the car to wait for our parents, who seemed to move slower than molasses. We were both standing behind the car, facing the fence. All of a sudden, we both heard a scuffling coming from the opposite side of the dumpster, and then we saw something I'll never forget. A miniature cowboy, not a Toy Story Woody doll, nothing like that. An actual grown man, just scaled down to about 2.5 feet tall. This was not a dwarf. The proportions and face were that of a chiseled and handsome, thin yet muscular gentleman, just completely scaled down. He was wearing scruffy jeans, cowboy boots, a vest, a button-down, and a cowboy hat, none of which looked like toy doll clothing. Literally just a miniature man. He ran out from under the fence into the orange groves. Now it was completely dark out by that time, but we saw him so clearly because a giant fluorescent light was positioned above the carport, facing down into the dumpster area. Our mum and dad were barely getting out of the car as my sister and I turned to each other, mouths agape, in disbelief of what we had just witnessed. We heard and saw the exact same thing, and we went over it and over it countless times that night and several times since. We agree on everything that transpired. We actually heard the leaves crunch under his feet as he ran. The fence was wobbling as he brushed past it. The door to the dumpster was completely open. What on earth were we looking at? How could a fully grown, Wild West looking man be 2.5 feet tall, but with normal proportions? Why did it run? And there's something else. An old abandoned house situated within the middle of the orange groves had burned down years before, and a cleanup crew was finally being deployed to toss out the remains. Although we never saw any of it ourselves, word spread throughout our town that a mini furniture and cookware was found among the burned wood.
Most people assumed something creepy, like weird people obsessed with dolls or something like that. But my sister and I automatically thought of the miniature man. I'm not sure that that second one completely qualifies as a glitch, but it wasn't scary, just troubling. We knew what we saw, yet we had no idea what it even was. And I don't know how it's possible that we both saw the exact same thing. This one remains unexplained. One of the comments is saying, one of my earliest memories happened when I was about 2.5 maybe. I just recall I was young enough to still be in diapers. I was in the bottom bunk of my bunk bed trying to sleep when a bright green flash occurred in the room on the floor. Where it happened, I could clearly see a family of 3 appear, a mother, a father, and a child who were all at most 3 inches tall. I got out from my bed curious of the little people. I will never forget the look of absolute shock and horror on their faces. They were petrified of me. Their father broke out of his shock and grabbed hands with his family and made them all run into my diaper bag that was in the middle of the room. I then proceeded to call out after them, saying I just wanted to play with them, and I began to dump out the diaper bag onto the floor and crawl around everywhere looking for them until my own parents checked in on me and put me back to bed. Never found the little people again. I know that this is some sort of odd childhood hallucination or dream state of some sort, and this never really happened, but still it was such an odd experience that I remember it almost 30 years later. Miniature people. Someone said, I know exactly what you're talking about. I was on my way home and I saw a miniature native, loincloth, spear, very freaky. I don't think I've seen miniature people. I don't even think I have my own glitch stories, unfortunately. I've had little things happen, but nothing that's like cool enough to talk about. Okay, so this is just someone saying your favorite glitch stories. So I might be able to find some good ones in this thread. This one sounds familiar. Husband there, not there, shower story. It's called I Stole My Husband's Towel while he was taking a shower. So this is a very odd thing that happened to us last night. This was 10 years ago, this story, involving a towel in our bathroom. I was in our bedroom getting a load of laundry together in a rush. We have a bathroom attached to our bedroom. It's located in the far left back corner, and there's a small hallway that leads to it. There's only one door in and out of the bathroom. The setup is like the standard bathroom layout in the US. The sink and toilet are up against the one wall, and the bathtub is along the entire back wall. There are no closets or windows in there. We also have a walk-in closet located in the same hallway, adjacent to the bathroom, which you pass on your left-hand side before getting to the bathroom door. Hopefully that'll give you a good visual description. If not, I'll draw out a diagram if necessary. My husband entered the bedroom doorway, which is nowhere near the bathroom door. You have to walk into the bedroom and across the room to the back in order to get to it. He asked me if there was anything I needed to do in the bathroom as he was going to be taking a shower. I quickly told him no and heard him close the bathroom door behind him. A few moments later, I took the hamper a short distance to the laundry room and set it down when I realized I had forgotten to grab some facial towels from the tub in our bathroom. Without even thinking about it, I quickly rushed back into our bedroom and towards the bathroom. The door was open, so I simply walked in, reached into the tub to get the used facial towels. I also grabbed a towel that had been hanging from the shower curtain rod. Afterwards, I walked into our walk-in closet to retrieve the hamper of dark items. I was ready to walk out of the bedroom with said items when it hit me. Wait, wasn't he just taking a shower in there a few moments ago? I didn't remember him passing me, and it would have been a very quick shower, which is not like him. He always takes long, hot showers. I set the items down, called out for him from the bedroom doorway, but didn't get a response. We have an open concept layout, so it's fairly difficult to not notice someone entering a room, but it happens. I walked towards the bathroom again, and sure enough, the door was closed and the shower was running. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. I was trying to retrace it all. Maybe he had passed me, though any possible explanation was refuted. He wasn't in the bedroom when I walked in, he wasn't in the bathroom when I walked in, and he wasn't in the walk-in closet when I walked in either. I couldn't have walked into the bathroom without seeing him if he was there. He wasn't in the shower, and the shower was off, curtains pushed to the side when I had retrieved the facial towels. He couldn't have passed me after I left the bathroom to go into the bathroom, shut the door, and turn on the shower without me noticing. There wasn't anywhere for him to hide either. Another thing that was strange to me when I began to analyze it, I couldn't recall the mirror being fogged up or the bathroom being steamy when I entered it, as it usually was. I was sitting on our bed waiting for him to come out so I could ask him. Then I heard him yell out for me. I walked up to the bathroom door and asked him what was wrong. He said he needed a towel. There were no other towels in the bathroom either. I gave him a towel, then he dried himself off and got dressed. I asked about it, and he assured me that he had not left the bathroom. He was in there the whole time. He said he walked into the bedroom, saw me getting the laundry together, asked me if I needed anything from the bathroom. When I said no, he walked into the bathroom, closed and locked the door behind him, and proceeded to take a shower. He did think it was very strange because he was absolutely certain that he had set his towel on the curtain rod, though when he turned around to grab it, it was suddenly gone. My husband was in the bathroom, then he wasn't, but then he was, all at the same time, and I stole his towel. It's so cool and weird. Someone said, now this is more like a glitch story. Thank you for trying to logic out all the details too. It's very rare to see that now. Doesn't this make you guys think that the multiverse is real? Come on now. That's got me thinking, like, if I have had weird things happen, but I think probably most of us, we just try to rationalize when weird things happen, and we're like, oh, that's nothing, you know. So I think it's really easy to forget things like this because they're so normal situations, like a shower or a phone call. It's just, you know, you reason it away and you don't think about it anymore. Just looking through the comments to see if there's anything. Sometimes people just respond with their own stories instead of making a whole thread. There's someone saying a similar thing happened when they were young. Let's move on to a different one. This one's called, If I'm Riding in the Back, Then Who is Driving? It never occurred to me that this experience may have been some sort of a glitch, but I have no logical explanation, so I'm curious to hear what y'all think. In 2010, I suddenly got a migraine that lasted 2.5 months. Jesus. To preface, I was 37 at the time, married, homeschooled my 2 kids, didn't drink, didn't do drugs of any kind.
I took a group of kids to a concert, and the next night I felt like a headache was coming on, so I took some ibuprofen. I never get headaches. In fact, up until that point, the last headache I remembered having was when I was a teenager. I also haven't had one since this incident. The intensity was increasing and the ibuprofen didn't help, so I took some Tylenol. A couple of hours later, I took Aleve, then aspirin. I figured this was triggered by the spring cleaning I had been doing, or possibly even from the concert, although I had always been a frequent concert goer. Maybe a little of both. I went to bed early thinking a good night's sleep will fix it. It did not. The next morning my headache had intensified, to say the least. I can only describe it as if it felt like someone squeezing my brain, wringing it out like a kitchen sponge. And this was constant. It never stopped. I don't know how people deal with that. Less than 24 hours from the onset, and I couldn't eat, sleep, or stand up for longer than a few seconds. Oddly enough, bright lights and loud noises didn't bother me, but that's probably because my pain was consistently above a 10, so anything above that probably wouldn't have been noticeable. I went to multiple doctors and specialists who performed many tests, including a spinal tap. 0 out of 10, do not recommend. Is that sound again? I think I know what it is. I'm just going to turn off. I think it's my fridge. That's what it was. Noisy ass fridge. Okay, so including a spinal tap, 0 out of 10, do not recommend. But every test and scan was normal. I made 3 trips to the ER, but apparently hospitals won't admit just for pain management, so I was always sent home with a cocktail of various pills that did absolutely nothing, except fuck me up to the point I would pass out, which may have been the ER's intent. For the first couple of weeks, I thought I was dying. After the 3rd week, I prayed I was. I had never experienced anything even remotely close to this level of pain in my life, not before or after, and it should be noted that I gave birth 100% naturally, and I have also passed a kidney stone. I didn't know I had that. Was about half the size of a pencil eraser at home, without any type of pain reliever, just to give y'all an idea of my tolerance level. I was diagnosed as having a migraine of unknown origin. As much as I wanted an accurate diagnosis, I wanted relief even more. I had lost 30 pounds from not eating, and when I was able to eat, I wasn't able to hold it down. The doctors in my area pretty much said they couldn't help me anymore. They were frustrated that their tried and true methods didn't even touch my pain, and I'm sure some of them thought I was faking, although no one ever said that to me. I hurt so bad I just wished for death. I swear I'm getting to the glitch. I just wanted to give the backstory and surrounding circumstances so you'll have a complete understanding of the entire event. 2 months in, and my mum had found a doctor who specializes in migraine treatment and management. I called for an appointment and they wanted to see me that afternoon. Their office was about 40 miles away. My husband couldn't leave work, my kids weren't driving yet, and my mum lived in the same town as the doctor, so there wasn't enough time for her to come and pick me up. I had to drive myself. Note, I hadn't taken any meds since around 9 p.m. the night before, which was 15 hours prior. I drove a Saturn Vue, which is an SUV. I went by myself and never thought twice about it. Here's the thing though, about 15 miles into the trip, I felt like I blacked out because the pain was so intense. I don't think I ever actually lost consciousness though, because I was driving. Then I was suddenly in the very back of the vehicle laying down. I don't recall crawling back there, and I certainly never pulled over and stopped. These were country roads though, and I remember sort of coming to and looking out the windows. I could see the trees as I passed by. At some point I sat up and saw my mum's friend's house and noticed that her car wasn't there and her yard needed to be mowed.
I laid back down, and the next thing I remember is parking at the doctor's office. I was driving again. I didn't tell the doctor because I was afraid he'd think I was crazy, especially since no one could pinpoint the cause of my migraine. I told my mum, and it worried her because I guess she thought I was crawling around inside my vehicle when I should be paying attention to the road. My husband was always an inconsiderate dick, so he didn't believe me, ex-husband now, so I just stopped sharing my story. I knew how fantastic it sounded, and I knew people would think I was hallucinating due to the pills or the pain, and maybe I was, I don't know. But what I do know is my memory of riding in the back of that SUV so I could rest while someone or something else did the driving is incredibly vivid and likely saved my life. I'd love to hear opinions. Sorry for the length, I tend to be quite wordy, but I wanted to give as much info as possible. Someone says, it sounds a lot like Third Man Factor. There are a handful of stories of people in life-threatening situations who report an additional person helping them overcome the situation. No one obviously knows if it's a psychological safety strategy or divine intervention or something else, but it has happened to others. Third Man Factor. Someone says, this is the most distressing story I've read, not because of the glitch, but your visceral description of that chronic migraine. I honestly don't know how you survived. It terrifies me no medical professional could help. Yeah. Someone said maybe you had a seizure or you disassociated. You probably should have told the doctor. It sounds like a neurological issue. Let's see, what else we got? Glitch in the Matrix. Okay. Some of the titles. A piece of pepperoni just phased out of existence right in front of me. Okay, this one is called Me and my daughter witnessed something surreal and unexplainable today. For a few weeks before this, while out driving, I've observed pedestrians standing at the traffic lights who will reach into their pocket and look at their phone as they're walking across the road when the light goes green. Nothing significant or strange about this, just one of those mundane things you notice while going about your day. Today I was driving with my daughter and we stopped at a red light at a crossing and there was a man standing there. Nothing out of the ordinary. Denim jacket, black cap, glasses, around 6'2". I thought I'd try to weird out my young daughter. She's 5, so I knew I was going to blow her damn mind. So I said, "See that man? When the walking man goes green and he starts to walk across, he'll reach into his pocket and pull out his phone and start looking at it. Watch and see." As he walks across, he reaches into his pocket, but then immediately takes his hand out and looks and points right at me with his mouth open, smiling like a gotcha stance. Of course, my daughter found this absolutely hilarious, and I sat there completely mind-blown. I must have sat there in silence looking at him walk across for the next 10 seconds. I drove on and had a look at him as I drove past, and he was smirking, laughing. I've been playing it through my head all day. The windows were up. The radio was on. I wasn't shouting. My voice was not even remotely raised. He must have been about 15 to 20 feet away from me. I can't figure out how at all he could have heard me. It's literally impossible. How did he know I was trying to predict he'd reach into his pocket for his phone? The only even remote possibility I can think of is that he has had the same observation as me and thought I might be thinking the same thing, so just went for it. But realistically, what are even the chances of this? Someone said, "I like the idea that this guy does this same thing every time he crosses the street, and it all paid off today."
And then someone said, I can't upvote this because it's 420 upvotes. Oh, someone said, was he wearing any earphones? I bought some new Bluetooth earphones recently and heard it connect to someone's car, and somehow heard their conversation. Was tripping me out. That's happened to me too, actually, with a Bluetooth speaker. Somehow it was like it was connected to someone's phone, like my housemate's phone. And when she answered it, I was listening to music, and then she must have answered her phone in another room, and then I could hear their conversation. But that could be a good explanation for it. This one's called I Didn't Exist for an Entire Afternoon When I Was 16. I stumbled across this sub today, and I immediately thought of a story that my family and friends still talk about. This happened in 2009 when I was 16 years old. It was the first weekend of summer, and nobody was home when I woke up at about 11 a.m. I grabbed a snack and went down to the basement to watch TV. I had plans to hang out with a friend at 3 p.m. that day. Like I said before, I started watching TV at around 11, knowing I had 4 hours before I was supposed to head over to my friend's house. I had only been watching TV for about 30 minutes when my mum came down the stairs asking me where I'd been all day. I said, what are you talking about? I've been awake for less than an hour. I look at my watch and see that it's well past 5 in the afternoon. I run upstairs and check my phone to see that I have several missed calls from my friend and my mum. My mum's side of the story is what makes me nauseous when I think about this, even to this day. She was with my little brother at his baseball game from 1 to 3 that day. She and my brother were home when I supposedly woke up and went down to the basement, but neither of them have any memory of even seeing me that morning. When my mum got home around 3, she checked the entire house for me, including the basement where I had been sitting on the couch watching TV. It's been 10 years and I still have no idea what happened on that day. It's by far the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. And although I talk about it with my family like it's a funny little thing that happened, it genuinely chills me to my bones thinking about it. What were you watching on TV? Family Guy. What episode? Well, we're asking the important questions now. Someone said we are actually. We can track the TV schedule in his area. Someone said, who remembers what episode of Family Guy they watched on a random day in 2009? Well, you might remember that one. Someone just said you misread the clock. I think this is what makes the cool glitch stories, is when you might be able to come up with an explanation, but if you were the one there living it, you're like, that's not what it was. Love it. Okay, what else have we got? This one's called Friend Died in 2003, but now he's alive. In 2003, I learned that a school friend had died. A friend of his girlfriend told me about it. He just died in his sleep at 23 years old. I asked if substances were involved, and she said no. She was really sad because they had just gotten engaged. I told myself I would send condolences, but I never did. I remember talking to a mutual friend a few years later, and I got the sense that it was still a really sensitive subject. A couple of years ago, I got a friend request from this guy. I didn't think it was real, so I ignored it. Today I learned that he's alive. He married the girl he was engaged to, the same one he had died next to. The mutual friend I had spoken to about it now thinks I'm crazy. I just asked him to remember the conversation we had had about the death. It's weird. I know a guy who swears up and down that one of my co-workers died 10 years ago, and the person is very much alive. The guy who remembers his death has all sorts of details about the memory. It's weird. Okay, this one's funny. This person seems like they're going crazy. The title is I Am Losing My Fucking Mind. I was never one to believe in paranormal shit or whatever, but I have no idea what the hell is going on with me right now, and I'm genuinely considering seeking professional help. I live in a really small shared dorm apartment with 2 roommates. There's this hallway that if you face it, there are 2 bedrooms to your right, 1 bedroom to your left, and a closet at the end of the hallway facing you. The bedroom on the left is right next to the closet. When we moved in, my roommate always complained that they got a closet instead of a bathroom like me and my other roommate had in our rooms. This closet has a bunch of our shared stuff, including my clothes, gifts, keepsakes, whatever. Today I got back from visiting my parents and I came back to put away some clothes from this closet, but I opened it and saw a fucking bathroom. A bathroom with a toilet and a shower and everything. I was only gone for 2 days and we rent this place, so it couldn't have been randomly built or something. I told my roommates, but they fucking said it was always a bathroom. They wrote that in caps. And they have no idea what the hell I was talking about. I can't find any of the stuff that was in that closet anymore, even though I had a shit ton of memorable keepsakes in that closet. What the F? I spent all day just sulking in my room, feeling miserable. I am not crazy, but that bathroom was a closet just 3 days ago, and I feel like I'm losing my mind. I'm genuinely considering seeing a psychologist right now. Oh my god. They just said, edit, I have a brain tumor. Wow. Oh my god. That's still weird though, that a brain tumor could make you, like, where did his stuff go? He just, oh, that's weird. Well, I hope he's alright. That's a bit crazy. Okay, this one is called Still Freaks Me Out to This Day, and I've never told anyone this except my girlfriend. So I guess a little context is in order. My girlfriend and I had been together about a year at the time, never had big problems, we're both pretty relaxed people, never had a big fight, never had trust issues, the whole shenanigan. So one day I was out in front of my apartment building smoking a cigarette. This was before we lived together. I had seen her the night before, had a nice dinner, gone out to a bar, then gone to my place, after which she took a taxi home. So as I'm standing out in the front of my apartment building, she pulls up in a taxi. I wasn't expecting her and was pleasantly surprised to see her. I put out my cigarette, smiled, and walked up saying something like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" in a very friendly way. She scours at me and slaps me square across the jaw. Obviously, I'm dumbfounded and at a loss for words, so I just kind of looked at her. She never said anything, just barged past me into the building. I followed her up to my apartment, asking her what was happening the whole way. She goes into my apartment, grabs her bag and some of her stuff she left there, throws a few things at me, breaking a glass or two and knocking down a bunch of stuff on the shelf. She calls me a pig, says she knows everything and that I've broken her heart. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, obviously, and she stops on her way out when I touch her sleeve, glares at me again and slaps me. She tells me something like, "I hope I never see you again," and walks out. I followed her to the street and she got in her cab and drove off. The street was pretty empty. This was maybe 8, 9 a.m. and I watch her drive off. At this point I'm just lost for words, scared and sad. Then, as I'm watching the cab drive away, someone hugs me around my waist from behind. I turn around and it's her in running clothes. She was wearing heels and a leather jacket before. And I went completely pale. She said hi in her usual happy-go-lucky tone, then noticed my look and said, "What's wrong?" I spun around, no taxi. It had literally driven away 5 seconds earlier. No way it could have turned in that time, and all the lights were red. I didn't say anything to her. just ran upstairs. Her bag was gone, things were still broken, my door still wide open. So then I told her. We were both monumentally confused. There's no way I could have mixed her up with someone else, and she's an only child. We had security check the cameras, and sure enough, me following a girl to my apartment. The angles weren't great, and the film wasn't great quality, but it was pretty easy to see me and my face, but hers was always hard to make out. It looked a hell of a lot like her, but never a clear shot. No way it was the same girl. Still creeps me the F out, and we don't talk about it. And then they've just added some edits in saying that they filed a police report, and the police came and gathered up all the broken stuff and found only my fingerprints and my girlfriend's on them, same with my door. And this girl got into my building herself, which means she knew my door code. That's some like multiverse stuff, definitely, right? Crazy. Okay, this one is called Please Help Me. Black metal fans, Norwegians, anyone, help. I need help. I really need help, and I have nowhere else to turn. Over the past few days, I've cried more than I can count. I've never been so confused in my life, and my entire world and reality is shattered. I have no idea what's going on, but overnight things seem to have become completely effing insane. Euronymous is dead. I found this on Tumblr, and that's the first time I noticed something was strange. I was scrolling through and saw an old photo of him with RIP. I don't even know how to describe this. I thought it was an effing joke. It was a pic of him as a kid with RIP on it. I went to the person's blog. There was more black metal shit on it, and I knew something was fucked. I searched the Euronymous tag, and I literally sat and stared at the computer for a good half hour. I thought it was some mass troll thing, but I did a search. I searched his name, and it said dead since 1993. It's 2013. I just don't know. Only 2 months ago I saw him. My friends all love Mayhem, and he's so involved with other bands. What the fuck is going on? Euronymous is not dead. I know this because I saw him over the summer in the flesh. Mayhem was headlining. He's done so much for Norwegians. He helped so many kids become something great. Our whole generation idolizes him. I saw him at Wacken only 2 months ago. I read interviews from him only last month. I was planning on going to his shop for the second time in November as I have family in Oslo. I'm so fucking confused and scared. I read he was murdered in 1993 on countless sites by a man named Vikernes. I have never heard this name. This is like something from a nightmare. My passwords have changed. I can't log into my Earthscape account or access the site. No one is ever on Messenger. I try to contact friends, but their numbers seem to have all changed at once. I need help. Someone please help me. Euronymous is not dead. It's like someone rewrote history before my eyes. Why did every trace of him after the year 1993 disappear? Why is this happening? This is my last attempt for help before I check into a mental hospital. I've never been so scared or confused in my life. I had to make a new account as my password for the old account isn't working. Same with my email and other random shit. Please help. I don't recognize any of you, but I beg one of you can help me. I just want to scroll down because I kind of want to see what people... Someone says, as a black metal fan since '94, I assure you that Euronymous is long dead. In fact, the Nordic metal, a tribute to Euronymous album, introduced me to some great black metal bands when I was a teenager. Anywho, welcome to this reality. I don't know if you guys can hear my stomach rumbling, but I'm actually going to stop filming soon because it's driving me nuts. I don't want you to listen to that. But this is a very interesting thread. If this is real, welcome to our universe. Okay, is there any follow-up? This is just really crazy. Look, he's like, I bought the Euronymous album in 2003. I took many photos. I wonder if people know what that is. Okay, well that's crazy. Does anyone know who Euronymous is? Because I've never heard of that, but I am half Norwegian, so I feel somewhat responsible here. Like, it sounds really awful to have to go through something like this, but I feel like I would love to have my mind blown like this, but it sounds kind of like a nightmare as well. So on that note, guys, I'm going to leave it here. But let me know if you liked this one, and dystopia, let me know if that was too scary for you. I hope not. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I really, really appreciate all of you guys over the years. You've been really good to me, and yeah, I just want to say thank you for that, and I hope you're fast asleep right now.